that shit. We are
Here
halfway
we
there.
go. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Community Stars by Esports County, week numero dos of the Grand Finals. And again, we are doing it live here at A1 Gaming Esports YouTube page. Now, as per usual, we are going to be your casters on the desk. My name is Red Queen, together with the latest man himself, Pika Lozano, and we will be the ones taking you through all of the action and mayhem that's about to unravel in tonight's battlefield.
Yes, yes. Hopefully, you can hear me clearly, ladies and gents, as much as my partner has cleared up her vision. You know, that camera has completely has completely went 2020 just a few seconds ago. Okay, there she is. You're in clear. Okay, so thank you so much for that, Red. And you are still with us here, G Mobile Community Stars Grand Finals. So as she said, it is day 5 now, folks, and these have gone toe to toe, neck and neck, eye to eye when it comes to gathering these points. So, Red, for me, for one, I am super, super excited on how this is going to turn out because today we are back to regular programming with the usual them for our teams.
Oh yeah, I am excited as well. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen for tonight. I mean, is this going to be the night that DRS is going to lose the top spot? Well, we
Oh,
don't know, but we definitely ended PMC as week number 1 with a loud bang, putting the double placement points in play last Friday. It is still pretty conclusive that DRS is leading the overall so far, but the gap, Pika, the gap that started out
yes.
big has gone down to just 11 points, assuming, of course, I got the math right. And I repeat, ladies and gents, Esports County hasn't released any official points just yet, so you just have to watch out for that one. But anyway, having said that, Karma Officials has successfully taken the second spot from the guys of Asians. But then again, you know what? We're
Yes.
talking about just a 1 point lead here, Pika. And so there's really like a lot on the line for these teams. I mean, with DRS, one bad game can make a huge difference in the overalls, and we still don't really know what they missed or why they missed to get into match number 19 last Friday. But by the looks of it,
Mhm.
it is somehow now starting to take a toll on the team.
Definitely, it's starting to become serious business, And
Mm-hmm.
DRS, I think they might have overlooked the mountain. I think they tried to see the peak before they were even there.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that wakes them up a little bit. But as for Wolves who are still on the hunt, specifically Karma,
Mm-hmm.
they've been really reaping
Yes.
the benefits off of their hard work here. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing here, Red. And I would also tip my hat to I'd say Seventh Element, because last week
Yeah.
was their actual first winner chicken dinner, and it also was, I think, uh, this was enough for them to propel them ahead of Stalwart
Mm-hmm.
Esports. So checking the records, yes, they are only like
Oh
literally
yeah.
1 point ahead of so that also kind of endangers one of the crowd favorites that we have,
Hmm.
and I'm liking it
Right.
because this is not only just a run for the usual suspects, the big names, the big boys, and yeah, they definitely have something to hold on. They have a lot to lose and more to gain.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, if they play their cards right now, Red looks like we're gonna get with the program as we did from time. So our first three matches are gonna be an alternate of of these maps that we have. So we're gonna start off with Erangel. So look at the match number 2 here, Red. Look at this.
Well, it's the same set of maps that we've had, from day one up to day five, apparently. But yes, you're right. I will
Mhm.
have to agree with you with that one, Peak. I mean, the guys of Asian and Karma, man, I mean, they are really coming in hot. They are in a strong position so far. DRS, A1, STE, and IHC. I mean, these are like the big dogs in the yard, right? And here comes a new team, and they have the power to send you to the pound. So this makes me very anxious and scared at the same time and excited. You know what? Because the game is so tight that the possibility of an underdog winning this one would send shiver down your spine.
Definitely, and it's one of those moments, Red, where of course she had to glam up a little bit, but here we go. So as the usual, it's one of those
Mm-hmm.
moments that I personally would want to see somebody step up again. I'd read
Mm-hmm.
sports, Raging Bulls. These are some of the teams that really start off strong
Yeah.
whenever we see them land. So
Right.
it just so happens that they can seem to close the gaps, or at least the games, on their way
Mm-hmm.
there. So I for one have faith. Not to mention favorite A1. A1's definitely making a lot of noise, or at least the fans are definitely making a lot of
Mm-hmm.
noise in the comment section. So we're really keeping our fingers crossed. And whoever the MCs will be, I'm definitely one to root for my particular names. I don't want to say that right now. I've been jinxing them a lot, me especially. So I have my list. I have my list with me. So Red, for whatever it's worth, I am looking forward to day number 5, and we are halfway through, ladies and gentlemen, about the finals.
Yes. Yeah, and again, for A1 Esports, they've had quite a few number of bad games, leading to where they are at currently in the overalls, right? So there had been a lot of upsets, zones that has not really been favorable to Sinister's team, and that opened them to a lot of bad rotations and members getting picked off during the initial stages of the matches, leaving them quite vulnerable going up against a full squad in the last few stages of the game. But A1 has been in the competitive scene for a long time, and they very much know how to come out of this strong. And the fans are all eager, of course, to see them get back on their feet and reign supreme. And did you
That's right.
know, Pika, which of the teams right now that are playing for this PUBG Mobile Community Stars that actually won the fan favorite?
Oh, you know what? I don't want to be a spoiler, for one, but I do know actually, and not to mention their absolute
Mhm.
favorite player of all. So later on, we're gonna get to that, Red. But me, I to me, it both comes as not a surprise, and at the same time, it is also a
Hmm.
surprise of who they chose to pick. This is one reason why I don't want to give any names just yet, because we don't want to have to jinx their performances. Especially this player. I know this player was voted with very good intent from all the fans, and I think he's a very deserving player nonetheless. So, and not to mention our,
Hmm.
our players. Speaking of players, they're already in their respective lobbies. So I just cannot
Hmm.
wait to see where they're at already. And with map number one being El Clasico Erangel, I think it's back to the drawing board for these teams, right? So did they learn their lessons
Hmm.
then, or are we gonna see another maybe risk reward huge gamble from these teams? It's uh
Maybe.
it's day five, so there's really no more room to be complacent. And DRS, of course, being being the top
Hmm.
dog, but being caught up by the other wolves in the pack, they just
Right.
might have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of teams that actually performed quite well during week one. Stalwart Esports ended day four with 48 points, hence moving up to a top five, kicking out Gremlin Esports. Now, STE again being one of the teams here that has so many accolades is finally stepping up, and again we are just waiting if they can maintain this pace. Keep up the same
Mhm.
level of energy into week number two. And again, the kind of commitment that Karma and the guys of Asian has put into week number one have been nothing but phenomenal. The determination to actually reach the top and getting this close to the possibility of outshining DRS is quite remarkable. I've said it before, we're
Yes.
always going to be intrigued at the teams that has what it takes to put down a titan in the battlefield. And in this case, the probability of this happening maybe tonight is high at this point. We just want to give
Mhm.
recognitions, to the teams that actually got the winner chicken dinner day four. That was last Friday, if you guys stood in. So we got Raw, SG, Seven Elements, Karma, the guys of Asian, and STE. These are actually the teams that um during week one has really put in the work. They have their eyes set on the prize, and so far the results are really working out for them so far.
Yeah, yeah. And for me, I think that some of the playing factors here, Red, we did say it before, it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
like fatigue also. Every single
Mm,
day they have to play 6 maps in total. So that is never an easy thing to
right.
do, honestly, because again, it's a painful task for you to go through the same map, go through the same teams, and do something
Mm-hmm.
different. The only difference every single game is where you get off. So that already says a lot. It kind of puts your workload in front of you, but at the same time, you're gonna wanna be diverse, because again, imagine three Erangels or three Miramars simultaneously. That does drain you mentally, and at the same time, it kind of challenges you. So for these teams, they do have quite a journey ahead of them. Now, let's talk about these teams have once again surprised us with their grenadier prowess. So we've seen more and more clips, Red, of how these demolition derbies we call players have actually shown us a
Mm-hmm.
variety of grenade throws. Like if I'm gonna go back to our last game from day four, it went to 159 grenades thrown, but before that only 149. But the game before that, we've had 211. So imagine how many players have had their hands up like this, started walking around, and just went went physicist the whole basically they just wanted to test how good they could throw, and
Right.
how many players they could eliminate from that. I don't know. I
Absolutely.
just want to count these moments, to be honest. I just want to count these moments, and you, for one, who's already made clips of how our days go, you could definitely come up with some for this, if I may be honest.
And you know what? I'm so amazed at the fact that these players know really how to cook that nade, right? I mean, just imagine how many
Mm,
nades are being used inside a game. I mean, this is the kind of thing that I've not seen yet so far in the other tournaments that I've casted. This is probably the first time that I've seen, players really cook up that nade, and it's so frequent. They use it so frequent, and the way that they try to eliminate each other is just so amazing. I mean, it is more there are more nades that were used compared to guns, to be honest. I mean I'm always going to be amazed. And speaking of like the kind of gameplay that we've seen so far, there is this huge difference of gameplay when we're playing just a regular game, and also when we have the double placement points in play peak. I mean, if we have the bonus points in play, right? Teams are
Mhm.
more keen to go for a passive gameplay. They want to make sure that they get to the latter stages of the game to have a chance to actually catch that winner chicken dinner. But then again, if we are playing the regular game wherein they need to rack up some kill points, oh my
Mhm.
goodness, the battles are really happening right off the bat.
That's right, and not to mention damage. We've been seeing a lot of
Mm-hmm,
these red show us how great and how basically how resourceful these players can be. So
mm-hmm,
I'm really thankful that we get to see statistics wise. Why is it why is it that damage is so important? Because that also dictates how many times you can actually down an opponent, and having them
mm-hmm,
down or on their knees, especially that kind of that kind of says a lot how accurate they can be, how tactical they can be, and if they ever
mm-hmm,
get reads on the patterns of these players. Not to mention, again, this is a shooter game, so it all boils down to those sights, those scopes. If you can definitely hit your shots, no matter how long of a distance it may be. So I'm really looking forward to who will turn up this time around. Now, another factor that I want to bring forward is the fact that Raw, ruthless aggressive warriors, they've been changing it up quite a
mm-hmm,
bit, Red. So I'm, it kind of makes me nervous to see what kind of plan they have, for day number 5, or at least moving forward from
mm-hmm,
here, because they were they were known for being very very again aggressive, as the name says. They're very straightforward with their approach, no matter where they land. But
mm-hmm,
I've been seeing a lot of different strats from them. They distance, they head to our top 8, sometimes the top 4, till they get those chicken dinners done. And
mm-hmm,
I think ruthless aggressive warriors, they're surely one of them that
mm-hmm.
they have to keep within their sights.
I think, you know what, for Raw, they did fairly well. Day four of this competition, they managed to actually put up 45, 45 points so far. So I think they
Uh-huh.
did well. We just need to see some consistency. And on the other hand, those teams that did not do particularly well would be IHC and
Hmm.
the Raging Bulls. The Raging Bulls,
Yeah.
Raging Bulls, they're not really shying away from any engagement inside the game, but it's just that they are losing the battles uh, oftentimes. So
Yeah.
I think that really puts a toll on the team, right? For IHC, and then I mean this team have been around in the competitive scene for quite some time, and I'm
Mhm.
expecting that these guys already know what they're gonna do inside the game. I mean, considering the fact that we've played this set of maps, from day one up to day number 5. I mean, it's pretty much the same, so they should know what they need to do. They should know what they need to adjust. Again, what you mentioned a while ago, there should be some sort of versatility, when they get into the game. They should know how to adapt to change, because that's very important. You need to take down all of the mistakes, all of the lessons, so that you can apply that and hope for the best in the next rounds to come.
That's right, Red. And with further ado, here we go. Erangel being our first map, we are gonna drop once again to El Clasico. This is, Red, I believe, the first time, supposedly
Hmm.
today, that we're gonna do a crisscross of our maps. So we're gonna start off with Erangel, and map number 2. I hope it won't be. It will no longer be Erangel, and that's also gonna give our players a breath of fresh air when it comes to calculation and regrouping. Okay, so looking at the map, it looks like we're going eastward here, Red. So we're starting off at Hospital. Yes, we have not this flight path in the
Hmm.
past days, so it's gonna look quite interesting. And for teams, even though it's quite early, this is usually where DRS gets off, or at least based on
Hmm.
how based on how we've been seeing them for the past days. Either they start off this early, or they become patient and to align themselves where the drops are really hot. So In this case, we have
Mm-hmm.
IHC who went first, who had their parachutes open first, and it looks like a Georgia Paul game. I would say the same for YG.
Yes. And you know what? I'm really expecting, a different kind of gameplay coming from DRS. Again, we are talking about just an 11-point lead so far against the second placer, which
Mhm.
is Karma, right? And Karma has only like a 1-point lead against the guys of Asian. So it's really, really tight, so far. And I feel like
Mhm.
a lot of things can happen, for game number one. But we can already see a lot of teams have chosen to drop around the central location of Erangel. So probably,
Yes.
we're not going to waste any more time because we got CMF over here. And I think they are prepared to go up against Red. And Octopus is trying to escape with his life because he doesn't have anything just yet. And that is not a very good way to start, your game. I mean, you didn't get to the guns first, and you are now are paying for the consequences of that.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, again, this is what we're talking about, Red. They're really gonna gun for those points. They're gonna eye for
Mm-hmm.
a few more elimination points. Granted that this is no longer the placement points day, so every single kill counts. And this tryout already booted out the map, so it leaves Dictator, D46, and
Right.
Mem to do the heavy lifting this early on in our games. So, being here and stage and already able to grab a sizable amount of loot, then that already puts them into survival mode. Maybe not yet domination, but definitely enough to hold you on for a few more stages. Just looking at our top view here, folks, we have
Mm-hmm.
3x already scattered. I'd say the same for Red. I believe Domain is there and Octopus. I'm pretty sure they're already
Mm-hmm.
aware of how
Oh.
how this is turning out. Okay, Mernat Boy is down here, Red.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
ho,
not
ho.
down. He's already 6 feet under,
Oh, oh,
courtesy
that's right.
of
Okay,
IHC.
there we go.
Yeah, but
There we
looking
go.
at the situation here in Pochinki, of course, there's two teams that's fighting for a spot, or like total domination around Pochinki area. But it looks like CMF they lost one member already, and that was tryout. So let's see how good they're gonna perform with just three players left in their team. I think this goes the same way for Yangon Galacticos. Marinat Boy, as we've mentioned a
Hmm.
while ago, he is already out of the game, so it's just cute Loki and the rest of the teams who's left to defend their spot as
Hmm.
well for our match number one.
Oh,
And again, Godless goes down in the hands of YG.
okay.
Cute Loki over here. Alex now coming to the rescue, cooking up that nade. Let's see if we can actually get Cute Loki on this one because Cute Loki is about to answer with a nade
Oh,
himself. Oh no, Alex just got a crucial damage right there, but he remains victorious, with that 1v1 situation that happened inside the warehouse, Pika.
talk about thick skinned. Like Alex was able to survive his like basically his own name there. So good stuff. And just like that, a Red Esports as well as MABATEX. We actually didn't get to glimpse of that, but they are out of game number one. Okay, here we go.
Boom.
Demo manages to knock down Super Andrew. The Super is no more, but Romeo Boy not far behind. There goes Super Andrew turning into a box. Let's see how this is going to be for Romeo Boy. And yes, I am putting pressure. Romeo, you must not die. I am begging
Oh
you
my
so deeply. Okay,
gosh.
this is a crazy. Okay, bad exchange, and Alex just literally from the skies takes out the remainder of YG.
Okay. Well, it's still okay. I don't know how many times we're gonna be talking about consistency, Pika, but there's gonna be tons of mentions, about the consistency. And Yangon Galacticas was able to actually emerge victorious from that altercation as well. Although in the process they lost one member, but I think it's okay. I mean, they can still pretty much get a clutch and maybe win the chicken dinner for our match number one. I mean, we still got 13 teams, and
Oh, ho,
Zen
ho.
from 3X Esports is getting pretty damaged as well. And I think they are going up against CMF. Okay, we are seeing a lot of
Hey.
exchange so far. This is Cairo on your screen. Just threw in that
Oh.
molly. Now, can he get Memo though?
Oh, actually, he does.
Yes,
Man, look at
yes.
that. You had
Yes.
to say it. And Cairo takes out Memo, bringing him to his knees. And the first Molotov really satisfactory of a throw. But again, uh, doing a follow-up, does the trick, but from the window, oh my gosh, D46 Uzis down Cairo Red. I am a fan. You know how I be, and there it is. Outer has Cairo already down from 3x. Here we go. At Zen, looks like he has his hands full against CF again. So CMF rather
Yes.
CMF, and crazy exchange
Mm-hmm.
so far.
Mm-hmm.
Dictator has to go for that. He's not really a really good vest, not really a very good vest rather for you to hang on.
Oh
But
man.
okay, there it is. And 3x putting in the work eliminates GSM.
Right.
And already we've already exiled 4 teams, Red.
Yeah, and MABATEX being one of those teams that got booted out early. That
Mm-hmm.
is somewhat a surprise for me because MABATEX, we've known these teams to be heavy hitters or like the heavyweights, one of the heavyweights so far in this tournament. And not having a very good game number one. Let's see how they do, in the next match, or probably are they going to join us for match number three? They're not going to join us for the next match, right? So we are going to
Mm-hmm.
expect a very good game or like a strong comeback coming from Mabitex. I mean, they've already gone this
Yes.
far. They are one of the like good performing team so far in
Yes.
PMCS. So I think they're not gonna let this one go. They're probably gonna do. They're gonna be making up for the lost points. But anyway, Stalwart Esports. Okay, here we go again. Oh, we're not seeing two actions now. Pika, there's Tops.
Mm.
There's Tops already. I think we can already read his name already. So Tops, I
Yes.
see Nerzdid and Action so far. Stalwart Esports in an area wherein they are pretty much alone and nobody to contest, nobody to challenge them so far. But I think they are doing some rotation as well, going compound to compound,
Right.
trying to scavenge every area that they could find, so they can get into any battles prepared.
Speaking of battles, I think they're gonna head towards farm here, Red Queen, and or if they haven't already
Mm-hmm.
arrived. So DRS may have some contact with West Point Mambos. We never got to talk about them, but they are there, and
Mm.
it looks like they're holding up over at farm, or at least a bit westward towards Pachinki, or smack right in the middle of the map. So here we go. Stalwart
Mm-hmm.
Esports also manages to get their hands on some vehicles. A bit more recollection here for the time being, and they also
Mm-hmm.
have not scored any elimination points just yet. This is what we were talking about, Red. Excluding 3x, the rest of the surviving teams are not really engaging into anything. They're just taking their time, making sure that no one from their team actually grants points to any opposition. So this is only stage one, right? But granted, how some of the
Yes.
teams had early encounters, it's rather unfortunate. So I think at this point, there should also be a bit of gratitude in terms of mapping for these
Mm-hmm.
other teams still untouched. So here we go. Let's look at the map. This is what I was talking about. There be a bit of an
Yes.
encounter moving forward between the West Point Mambas and potentially
Hmm.
DRS.
And there's already a lot of colors, inside the circle. So I don't think we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna wait that long for us to see, any engagements happen. And speaking of
Mm-hmm.
WPM, this is actually one of the teams that performed great. During day four of this competition, I mean, they managed to put
Mm-hmm.
up a
Yeah.
total of 51 points. So that is not bad at all. So we're just looking to see if they can bring in the same power, they can bring in the same energy into match number one, and maybe apply that kind of energy into the rest, into the next matches as well. Same thing with Stalwart
Mm-hmm.
Esports. I mean, 48 points. 48 points. I think it helped them again to reach at top five of the PMCS, and we've always known this team to be hard clutching as well, and that's all we need to know for now, because so far teams are a little bit passive, not really engaging, but it's not going to be long, Pika, because IHC has already found
Mm-hmm.
their way
Oh my
against
gosh.
3x.
And yeah, so far, the head of the basically the head of the pack right here is 3x. They already have 6 eliminations in their name, and care of Zen, who had a 3 kill streak. So that's definitely a big deal for 3x right now. They might just be the
Hmm.
ones who they have to go after, because I think some is really building up for 3x. Now, if you notice, they're also fortunate, but at the same time, I can say it's calculated that they're not anybody, because the rest of the teams, especially like say MSXF20, they're still out of the safe zone of the playable zone. So
Mm-hmm.
they have a lot of catching up to do, and the rest of the teams they just be engaging away from 3x.
Mm-hmm.
If you notice, none of them have actually been taken out. So there, that's what I was talking about. Look at that from
Oh,
MSX. They managed to take out someone from Agon. I didn't quite get a good look at that, but Agon already down by one.
King Trebro, if I read that right,
Mm.
coming off from the kill feed. I think he managed to actually take down, like one player inside the battlefield. But on the side of Aegon over here, three players left, and Aegon, oh, just went
Oh,
straight for
Johnny.
Johnny over there, made a pancake out of him. But let's see if Grind can maybe scout the area and probably check which. The best position that he can be to take out the players coming from SFX or MSX, but so far, King Boltebru over here, just running around in circles so far. We don't exactly know what the plan is yet, but maybe he's checking, for other teams that might head towards their
Mhm.
way so far.
It could be scout mode, for King Bolt Bro. I think that's how I think that's how that goes. But I'm just taking a
King
hunch here, folks.
Boltebro.
King
Okay.
Bolt Bro. Yeah, yeah. I'll take note of that. It's potentially that. So there we go. That's what I was saying earlier, Red, that MSX are still quite far from the safe zone, or at least from the playable zone. So
Mm-hmm.
while that's happening right now, let's move on and let's see if the rest, the basically the healthy half of IHC Esports, if they're still going to be able to hold their ground. Alex already has a couple to his name. He does have a good, healthy enough vest, but his helmet definitely compromised now. Yeah, granted that he does have a four times scope, I think he'll be able to hold fort right here. But this is
Mm-hmm.
again, this is the manpower deficit that seems to be the case for IHC. Because if you look at your map right now, IHC is definitely surrounded by much more equipped teams. Speaking of more equipped teams right now, I noticed how
Yeah.
Limit Over has also not engaged anything. So this is very unusual.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we were talking about teams who may fall short of their performances, right? But I don't think
Mm-hmm.
Limit Over's doing now. They may be kicking a little harder down the door. So let's see if they can survive these altercations, maybe, especially that Karma Esports
Mm-hmm.
is not far behind.
Yeah, southeast of the map is definitely getting a little bit congested. The zone is getting
Mhm.
crowded as well, but we can see, WPM might cross paths with the likes of SDE, same with Limit Over and DRS as well. I mean, they're pretty much staying on, around the south part area of Erangel. And again, this is a regular day of fighting for this competition. So you already know what you guys need to do. The objective is to actually rack up a huge number of points so far to stay ahead in the game. So let's see what's going to happen. But so far, I can already see, a lot of rotation fights that's going to happen in a few moments.
I'm also quite curious here, Red, because granted
Mm,
how IHC seems to be, again, they're down by a couple, but I'm going to go for a quick commercial break there. Emas, I believe, got himself one frag and
yes.
make that Federalis as well. So they did have a two in their name.
Okay.
I think that was action they took out. So good start right here from the West Point Mambas. Again, they have their work cut out ahead of them. There's still a lot of teams that need to go. But I was saying that IHC, they're really
Mm.
not going. They're not gunning for anything survival wise, or
All
rather,
right.
they're not gunning for anything points wise, but rather survival wise. Here we go. Was
Oh
that a good
no.
throw towards Federalis? Yes, it was. I think X marks the spot
Yes,
here for
but
Ice. They're going
Federalis.
to be able to take out Federalis. Yeah.
Yeah, Federalis is actually low in HP a while ago, but I think, he was able to go for that quick revive over there. Now he is up against STE Ice.
Oh.
Yo, Federalis goes down. Wow. Ice on his veins. My goodness. And now we've got
Definitely.
our fifth team, to be booted out of E-Rango.
Oh
Wow,
boy.
that was just that was good to watch. But anyway, we've got another challenger for STE, and this time it is going to be DRS, the real soldiers. And we can already see one of them has been knocked down. Nearzet is crawling back to his teammate over here to go for that
Okay.
quick pickup, but Rulzog is not going to let this one go. He is just going for the boost, but definitely a massive spray on is about to happen in just a while.
That was a bit of a close call right there for rules. I'm telling you, right? Because one peak and his HP definitely went basically plummeting down. So I'm really excited to see how DRS is gonna make use of this information already. Because Stalwart Esports, I'm pretty sure they've already caught wind of where the big
Mhm.
boys are. So they just might be calling out for more reinforcements, or they can weather out the storm. Let's see if they're going to let the other teams go for the push against DRS.
Mhm.
Because, again, this is very unusual for them to not have a single point this far forward. It is already stage single, not a
Mhm.
single member has been taken out, nor has taken out anybody. And I
Ooh.
had to say it. I had to say it. Now, one down for DRS. My goodness, Delta is in critical condition here. So Killer might just go for the vengeance hits here for against Near Z. And it's not 09 anymore, by the way. It's Near Z 99 now. So
You know what? For the DRS soldiers, I mean, their two two-bed condo has now gone to just a studio. I mean, that's the much space we're talking about in terms of their gap points
mhm,
in the game. So they really need to win this one, of course, if they want to stay ahead. But then again, for Stalwart Esports, again, we were talking about consistency so far, and we're talking about how much they've caught up, with the top team so far in the overall. So they need a win as well. But it looks like a couple. Oh, Rulzog is
hey,
already down by STE. So we only have like what, two active members, Yante and Killer Whitey, left to defend the team. But Killer Whitey opted to go for this quick pickup, and Delta
all
now
right.
being revived. Of course, they need the firepower. They need multiple angles to work for them in order to put down or shut down STE in this process. With IC going for that quick loot, of course, he needs his throwables. He needs his bullets, of
Mhm.
course, to shut down the DRS as well. But he has a good line of
Oh,
sight here. I mean, he can pretty much spot those players coming from DRS. So we're just waiting for him to make his move and actually take them down. And Raging Bulls in an altercation as well
hey.
against Agon.
Oh my, we actually had to jinx them in a good way here, Red, because Raging Bull has no one yet, has no eliminations yet. Or basically, there's still a whole squad right here, Red. So beautiful, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I like what I'm seeing, and I'd say the same for Karma Esports. They're very patient. Look how compact they are, and
Yes.
just right next to each other. Now IC trying to engage into a gun. Oh my gosh, nearly grazed his head.
Oh
Now
my
IC is
goodness.
surrounded here. This is not looking easy. No, but he tried. He
What?
absolutely tried. That was a pack of hyenas, and Stalwart Esports is out of here. He had to fight his way through those predators, and that was not really the best way to go. Now here we go. Speaking of Raw, a while ago, game one winners from day four, they're still definitely in this. Again, no casualties yet, but no elimination points. So, Red, are we gonna see maybe the rising bulls here, as well as maybe day two debut of Raw
Oh
Esports,
man.
basically Raw Esports.
Oh man, I mean, DRS not really looking too good. Karma official capitalizing on the fact that they actually just went, from, or they came from
Hey,
a fight against SDE. Igneous over here, oh, just took down Giante and
my
Delta
gosh.
at the same time. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so they've taken down one lion off of the den here, Red, in the form of DRS. So that's it. They're out of there, and we still have
Mm-hmm.
about 17 remaining here. So this is gonna be crazy. So I can already, oh my
Oh,
gosh, I can already tell that this is gonna be uphill for IHC. And I was about to say that Ziol is the only one left, and he has to get out and dodge. I think he's headed towards enemy lines here when it comes to Karma
oh
Esports.
no.
Maybe, just maybe, he was alerted. Oh no! Oh no! Indeed, here we go. And SG definitely
I
smelled blood over here for Ziol.
man. I don't even know if this is like a good position for Joel at the moment. He's pretty much right there in the middle, so there will be a lot of chance for the other teams to take him
Yep.
down. And there you go. SG has already been eliminated out of match number one, and now we are left with just 8 teams and 23 players alive. And Toda over here from Karma has just taken down a couple of players coming from MS, and I don't know how this is gonna play off, but Falcon is actually trying his best to just survive whatever situation they are
No.
at the moment, trying to do a rapid spray down against the players coming from Karma. And now he is cooking up that nade. Probably wants to hit Spike, but it is a bit far from
Mm.
where Spike is actually holding his position. But Falcon is not stopping, popping up those smokes and hopefully some nades as well. But I think, I know what's going on here. I think he's going for the loot.
Yeah, yeah, most likely. That's a good way to look at it. Now, speaking of nades, we already had one grenadier from Raging Bull, so those were successful. We got
Hmm.
Nightmare Raging while holding on for the rest of Raging Bull because Evil Boy down to his knees. And while we were speaking, Red, I
Damn.
believe that the original top fraggers 3x is has been eliminated. So it's never really about how
Hmm.
good you start, but it's how you end it. For matches like this. Now we are down to our last six teams here, Red, and still 18 players. Look at how Raw is already in a very dangerous position, and Limit Over, who we may have overlooked quite a bit here, Red, is now potentially the
Yes,
healthiest team
sir.
that can take advantage of all of these disturbances, all of
Hmm.
these chaotic moments that's been happening.
Yeah, and they're also trying to third party some fights happening, especially with the Raging Bulls and Karma
Mm.
official. Nightmare dressed in a daydream is currently down in the moment, but Raymond coming from Raging Bulls trying to
Oh,
defend
that's it.
himself as well. And right now, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors has exited our match number one, and now we are left with just 5 teams and 14 players remaining, and the trades is not stopping right here, Pika. I mean, mayhem is
Mhm.
already starting so far.
Okay, so this is the first casualty spike. I don't think we saw that actually, but for Karma, it's almost an even playing ground now because we have Limit Over
Mm-hmm.
and Karma all have three members remaining. Oh, as well as basically Raging Bulls.
Yes.
They all have three players remaining. IHC still has Joel on lock, but that's not something that I would not be pessimistic about, but it's kind of a tall order. Knowing how these teams will most likely wait for him to also give information, like miss a step. Oh wow,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not the case here because Kokimuwu taking out that long distance by Ziol. Beautiful stuff.
Yes, sir. Here we go. 5 teams remaining. Karma official with 3 players, 3 elimination points as well. Okay, they can fairly spot a couple players coming from MS, and I think, Toda goes down. Toda
Toda.
goes down, and not only H over here going for another location so far, but I don't think he knows where he is going at the moment. But looks like he's gonna hide behind this tree over here, and will probably go on prone. Best to not reveal his position just yet. I mean, a lot of teams are now fighting each other. It's just a matter of who has the best position, who has the best angle to work for them to actually win the first winner winner chicken dinner for day 5, right? Day 5 of this competition.
Okay, so here we go, Falcon. I was about to say that Limit Over in the blink of an eye actually is down to their last man being Nitrogen. So here we go.
Mm.
MSX still has two of them. We have Falcon and Molana. So they're going to have to play this slow. They're going to have to play this absolutely passive because the Raging Bulls, uh, they're definitely out of the pen here, Red. So they can definitely sink their horns into anybody that they see move. So you got to be careful because we're
Mm-hmm.
down to stage 7. We are seconds away from the smallest circle possible, and we still have
Mm-hmm.
5 teams. This is gonna be one mosh pit of firepower if they manage to spot each other here. Speaking of which, here we go, Falcon
Oh no.
to tries to spray over that hill and did not get anybody. Oh, and there it is. Limit Over is out of match number 1.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's so kind of disappointing for Limit Over. I mean, they've managed to come this far with a
So
complete set
far,
of
yeah.
players. I mean, we don't know what happened, right? We don't know exactly what happened so far, but I think they caught up in a lot of crossfire in between these teams, and now we got RGS, MSX, Karma, and IHC left in the battlefield. But so far, we couldn't really tell. Just who is going to win this one, but I mean, 38% goes to RGS so far in winning this first
Mhm.
match.
and this is gonna go really well, on their resume. Granted that this is already day 5, and they are on the inferior side, Red, of the scoreboard. So
Mm-hmm.
this is gonna be a nice start for day number 5 here for Raging Bulls, and that might be momentum
Yes, sir.
that they need. And just as I said that, it is gone. The momentum has absolutely disappeared. Care of MSX. Now they have switched spots. Evil Boy with some evil intent. This is no, this is not this is not bad intentions
Yes.
here, folks. But Evil Boy definitely has his sights set in front of him because the rest of MSX are, of course, under scout mode. And let's not forget,
Mm-hmm.
we
Mm-hmm.
still have a couple members from Karma Esports as well here, Red.
You know what? I'm thinking if this game will be would be enough, for Karma to actually overtake,
Oh,
DRS in this competition. But Raging Bulls,
oh,
ladies and gentlemen, has just
sad.
been eliminated so far. We're down to just 3 teams now. Make that 2 because Jal has been taken out as well.
Mm,
All right, here we are, the final 2 teams competing for the first winner in a chicken dinner. We got MSX
okay.
versus Karma official. Now, Ignis, as you can see, already doing the flanking, already making a move so far against MSX.
Oh no,
Oh man, this is a 2v2 situation, Pika.
he did not peek. Ignis did not go the full way on the hill. Oh,
There
there
you
it is.
go.
They do have a pinch. So only H was on the other side, and I think that's what they were doing. They were talking about it, and that's it. Our
Wow.
very first winner chicken dinner belongs to the very hungry, very determined Karma official. Congratulations, Red. That's what we're talking about. You won it. You got it.
Well, of course. Well, I love the
Okay.
fact how they actually went for the pinch, how they actually pinned down, this last 2 players coming from MSX. I mean, they basically sandwiched them.
Yes.
The other one went for the spray down, and I think it was Igneous who went for the nade. It was a good display of communication so far, and it actually worked out for them. Karma, hence winning our first winner chicken dinner for the night. And will this be enough, Pika, to actually take the throne from DRS, since DRS has been booted out of Erangel a bit early, from the fight, compared to the rest of the teams that actually was staying in during the last few zones. So let's see if they did well enough to actually set themselves up on that throne.
By the end of the evening, we're definitely gonna have word on how these teams are doing. But for now, Karma official proving to us since day one, Red, that they are gonna
Mm-hmm.
go the full mile when it comes to the grind here. So look at this. Not that chunky, if we talk about how some teams can average, but with
Mm-hmm.
Karma averaging only what this is like 8 kills in total. So this is not big numbers, but the fact that they played this so tactically and lasted that long is really really commendable. So it's safe to say that Igneous put in
Yes.
a lot of the heavy lifting. He put in a lot of the work. So but not even with the most damage dealt, but or damage taken rather, but he really took one for the team.
Karma be like, started from the bottom, now we're here. I mean,
For
their
sure.
journey has been so interesting. Um, the way that they've managed to actually climb up those ranks has been outstanding, and so I mean, I'm excited to see more about Karma Esports. And now I think I can fairly say that they are now on the top spot. But then again,
Hmm.
the big question would always be, can they maintain this? Can they defend being the top dogs so far inside
Hmm.
PMCS? Of course, those heavyweight teams that are part of this PMCS
Yeah.
would probably be more aggressive, in terms of getting those kill points as they should. So it's gonna be an interesting night, not just for us, but for everyone that is watching or who's tuned in right now at this competition.
Right. And speaking of putting in the work, here we go. This is Nightmare from Raging Bulls, Nightmare 77. So he basically did half of the work that the entire team did, and good stuff with
Mm-hmm.
5 eliminations. But it all boiled down again to the chicken dinner. So that may be unfortunate, but here we go. So looking at the differences between tops. which is originally Action 2 from Stalwart Esports, and Zol, who who really showed us his survival instincts, lasting of an average survival time of 25.65. That says a lot, right? Because IHC
Hmm.
really got shaved off quite early. So Ziol really did his best to hang in there, and it paid dividends. Look at how much damage he's dealt, even though he
Yeah.
was taken out. He really went out like a hero. So stuff here from IHC's Ziol.
Mhm. Yeah, 1020 damage points. I mean, it's so hard to pull off as well. It's just that,
Mm-hmm.
teams probably with a higher number of damage compared to elimination points, the problem that they're having is actually converting those damage points into kill points, getting those elimination points so far. But, in terms
Mm-hmm.
of like firepower, I don't think they're having a problem with that one. Just look at what Karma over here has done. I mean, they have a very low damage count, right? But high
Mm-hmm.
in elimination points. So probably they went for a lot of steal kills inside the game, which we're very lucky for them because luck we still need to consider that factor, in every point in the
Mm-hmm.
match. But Raging Bulls pretty much has a balance, in getting those damage and elimination points so far. Managed to rack up a total of 14 points for just for E Wrangle. And so
Mm-hmm.
again, you mentioned a while ago, Raging Bulls has not been having like a good set of matches so far. But let's see if they can do a comeback as well. I mean, this is one of their good games. I think if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
Raging Bulls was only able to put up 8 points day 4 of the competition, and so this is an exciting
Mm.
thing to watch. Coming from Raging Bulls.
Yeah, it may not be a chicken dinner entirely, but it's already good enough to start things off, for Raging Bulls. Again, they may be seeing that red cape that they want to see, for them to
Yeah.
actually go for the charge. Now, that being said, I would
Hmm.
say that Limit Over also did really, really well in terms of survivability. Yes, they may not have closed it out, but the fact that
Hmm.
they may be learning from previous mistakes, only having total 7 points, half of what Raging Bulls did, I think that they're still in the running for the most improved, at least for game number one. So this is a good side to see. But if I may be blunt, we kind of lost track, and we didn't see much action from the side of the West Point Mambas. They
Hmm.
they survived reasonably long, but not to the point that they could actually eliminate any
Hmm.
opposition that came their way. They only managed to score one
Hmm.
elimination for the whole time that they were there. So I think rather the passive game may not be the best approach for West Point Mambas, especially since they're grinding more now than they did for the past 4 days.
Yeah, they really need to set a like a big momentum at the beginning of the game. Rack up some kill points and
Hmm.
not pay that much attention when it comes to placement points because it's really the kill points is gonna matter at the end of every match. But
Hmm.
look at here, Pika, 227 nades that were used for our match number one. Again, pretty much we're
Wow.
back to that stats, and so we're
Mhm.
just we're kind of looking forward to see if the time comes that match number two ends and how many nades are going to be used, if it's going to go up or if it's going to go down. So I mean, those are like the kind of numbers that we actually look forward to. 362, that is the longest elimination distance so far that was set by
Yes.
Bumayar coming from
Hmm.
limit over, and 3 airdrops looted. I think that is quite a good gameplay coming from the teams. I mean, they don't go for as much as, or I didn't see any stats that went over as 4, right? In terms of getting those airdrops looted, but this is still like a wonderful opening to our day number 5 here at the PMCS.
With that, Red, game number one definitely coming to a close, but not over. Far from it, if anything. So we still have 5 more maps, 5 more games, and 5 more chances for these teams to start grinding again for these points. Now, DRS may start sweating cold already because Karma Esports definitely tailing right behind. You know what they say? Karma is a problem. A problem. So that's what karma can be, specifically in this part of the tournament. We saw how they really went from, again, as you mentioned earlier, from the bottom, and now they're there. So this is quite an interesting cat and mouse chase for Karma and DRS. But ladies and gentlemen, we started things off strong. We'll let you catch your breath, and so will we. BMCS will return after a short break. Do not go anywhere.
No, fuck that shit.
goes around definitely comes back around because Karma Esports has once again scored a chicken dinner for game number one. Welcome back to PMCS. Yours truly, still bringing the action is Pika Lozano, joined by my partner, who is again as clear as day on camera right now, Red Queen. Oh, okay, okay, Red Queen Gaming. Just checking for a little bit of sun out there. Okay, so Red, that's all she wrote for game number one.
Well, guys, I don't know, but that was a pretty insane game one for our day number five. And as I've mentioned a while ago, that was a very good opening so far. And again, we're always going to be looking out for teams, to shock us, surprise us in the battlefield. And yes, so far, that's what we have been getting. And again, we still don't have any official scores just yet, but if you just tuned in, we were saying that DRS now only has an 11-point lead against Karma officials that came in at second in the overalls, right? And now that they won a chicken dinner with a good number of kill points as well, and DRS getting eliminated, well, I don't know. We just have to wait and see. But what do you think, guys?
Well, yeah, me for one. I'm gonna look at the chat as well, because I'm pretty sure that they're gonna stir up quite a storm when it comes to DRS. The real
Mm-hmm.
soldiers definitely has a bit of a task to
Mm-hmm.
overcome here because Karma is really not far behind. I mean that with all puns and no puns as well. But right now, Red, we are going back to the land of the dry here at Miramar. So we're starting off southwest here from Minas del Sur. And let's see how the fly path, I'm sorry about that, goes to Torre Ahumada. Here we go. And now with the BIT already, bad intentions, what we were talking about earlier. Looks like they're jumping off quite
Mm-hmm.
early here, Red. So we didn't see them earlier. Let's see how they plan to get this party
Mm-hmm.
started, for lack of better term.
Right. And I think the party will start so far in Valle del Mar. We got bad intentions over
Mhm.
there up against another squad. And maybe a lot of the teams are headed towards Los Leones. We don't know, but we can see a lot of parachutes and heading towards that direction. But so far think I think we have like some of the teams that are right there in between Minas del Valle and Los Leones, maybe opting to get a car before they head on to their respective
Oh
drop point
no.
locations. But Yangon Galacticos, I think up against the WPM, if I got that right. Oh, that was Raging
Mhm.
Bulls, and a lot of
It was Raging
the
Bulls.
players coming
Oh,
from YG as well is already down, and they are being
what?
picked off by a lot of teams, not just one team, but maybe two, because CMF is also right there.
Fred, this is a marksman rifle fest so far. I High managed to score two frags off of this car. I believe this is a car that he's using. So this is a very good start from. I also saw somebody use a Winchester. So
Mm-hmm.
wow. Okay, so this just really goes to show how it's not always what the
Mm-hmm.
gun is, but it's who the shooter is. Now here we go. BITX already has two frags to their
Boom.
name. Again, care of I High, and they're very confident right here. And they're going for more
Oh!
pushes. Alpha takes out Cute Loki, and YG not
Wow.
looking very convincing here, Red, so far.
Well, we are seeing an aggressive gameplay surely coming from bad intention so far. I mean, they want to rack up some kill points right here in Miramar. There are actually a lot of teams they're up
Mhm.
against. If I'm not mistaken, we also have Karma Official, Raging Bulls, and some of the players coming from CMTZ. And look at that. They
Mhm.
already managed to rack up 3 elimination points as well for their team. So this is gonna be an exciting thing to watch, since we're just talking about stage one right here inside Miramar, and we've seen a lot of players went down, and so far hopefully not teams that actually
Mhm.
exited the Miramar just yet.
Here we go. And K9 doesn't have anything to protect him at all. He hasn't scored a single helmet. Not even a motorcycle helmet. And not even any armor at all.
Mm-hmm.
So he's basically raw out here in the open. But A1 Esports right here. Again, another crowd favorite, if
Mm-hmm.
I may. They managed to start off with one elimination, and Sinister really far off. And I hope the
Mm-hmm.
communications sound really well because right now Sinister may not need that at all. And he
Boom.
another. Oh, is he gonna do something? Oh
What?
my gosh, he
What?
is toying with his food. Okay, no, I think Hitman really went for this. Okay, Hitman was like, stop it, Sinister. You are not about to do this." But okay, but you know
Don't
what
play
he
with
did?
your food.
Yes, he did. He went for it. Sinister really did. So okay, good stuff. Edward, however, from
Yeah.
the guys of Asian, takes out Sketch, or rather brings him to his knees. Red. So again, this team cannot be complacent whatsoever.
I feel like I'm already starting to fall in love, with the guys of Asian. I mean, it's just their
Mhm.
performance has been stellar so far. I mean, they are just right behind Karma officials, if you guys don't know, in the overall standing. And this team has been very exciting to watch so far. I mean, their journey as well in this competition is something to actually to watch out for. But anyway, going back to the game, bad intentions. We already have one player that's knocked down. And right now, auto aim is just right behind this wall with the DPS. And right now, getting ready to push and move in for that
Mm.
kill. Completely missed one of the players coming from Karma. But let's see
Ow!
what that DPS is going to do. But auto aim now finds himself on his knees. And the one that that's been
That was good.
tagged down so far. So yeah, I think he is already getting that exit button right back to the lobby for you.
Oh boy. Okay, so you guys have a lot to talk about once you recollect each other. I'm not saying that that's now, but CMF definitely has their hands full at the moment. This is quite a task. Even with this AK-762, this is not gonna be enough
Mm-hmm.
for Elite TZ to withstand this onslaught by. I think this is Karma. Yeah, he knows for a fact that there are
Mm-hmm.
dogs in the front yard. So you gotta you gotta summon your inner dog whisperer, or basically whatever it is that you need to do to tame these rabid Karma players in front of him. So had to go at the very top of this building. He needs to go for the high ground advantage here, Red. So I think he has no information
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever on for the other teams that may be around the area. But I think at this point it's still just Karma.
Well, we don't
No.
know. Maybe there will be, some teams just, lurking around the area as well. And being at the rooftop won't be really as good as a
Oh, wow.
position so far because he can get knocked down with a sniper rifle, right? But Elite getting a little bit of that damage from that nade, the throne, and he is still being flushed out of this rooftop over here. And
Oh boy.
we both know it's going to be hard to defend. I mean, we're talking about just one player left for his team, and now we have like four members, the squad,
That's it.
going for the push, and just really, pretty much decided on getting that point. And now Karma official
Oh man.
has already gotten 4 elimination points so far under their belt.
That was really tragic. I'll say so, Red, because it's rather for basically for CMF. That was
Mm,
really dangerous because they started off quite well, but too much encounters. They were never
yes.
really given any room to breathe, especially since Karma's really hot off of their first game. This is a team
Mm-hmm.
that's really confident that they have the number of a lot of these teams. Now, speaking of numbers, HV High Voltage also exited the lobby
Yes.
without any eliminations whatsoever. It's pretty painful to watch. Granted that they also became quite a favorite to us, Red, because they are a very arbitrary team. There
Oh.
would be days that they would really hit it straight up. Like they would start racking up a lot of eliminations. Sometimes they would last the longest, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
But the
Mm-hmm.
inconsistencies may be getting to them. So now we see how the guys of Asians already have Edward to thank for still keeping that flag up. We have MA rather, we have May W and Amora
Mm-hmm.
Chili already exiled. So this is a backpack for Edward to carry.
I feel like I'm the one who jinxed them this time, because I just said a while ago I fell in love with the guys of
Yeah,
Asian, and this is actually a
guys of
team
Asian.
to watch out for, like a force to reckon with inside this competition. And now I'm looking at them, and they've already lost like 3 of their members. But so far, Edward is still alive, so there's still that chance. There's still that spark of hope so far left for the team. But then again, CMFX, the Gremlin Esports now preparing to actually vacate the area because, well, this is now part of the blue zone and they need to move. Same thing goes for Edward. I mean, hopefully he finds a vehicle somewhere, but if he
Mhm.
doesn't, I think it's going to be, like a big challenge for him to get to the safe zone, considering the fact that there will be a lot of teams that will be staying right at the edge and probably, like be a roadblock or like gatekeep situation, for I mean, for teams that are about to get into the zone.
Right. And this is where game sense really kicks in, right? It's very early. Yes, it's stage one, but since the change, as you mentioned before, since the change of tempo when it comes to the point system, I think a lot of these teams have also tried to ponder whether or not they have to challenge their inner shooter or their inner survivor, because it's pretty dangerous. Whether you're gonna push or not, it kind of gives you that burden. It kind of gives you that burden whether you should go for the again the golden snitch as we call it, but or are you gonna go for those
Hmm.
small bats? So in this case, I think that this is Genesis. We have Genesis Esports. We have Master Itchy,
Hmm.
who also gave us a lot of good showings, from the past how many days. And West Carry, I would say the same, but this is what you were talking about, Red. A lot of passive plays, a lot of patience testing up until the time is right. That last circle is where the action really begins.
Hmm. And this is actually a very different pace of game so far compared to week one Pika, because
Mm,
it didn't even matter whether we are in Erangel or Miramar. As soon as the teams land on their locations, they fight right off the bat. And so this is kind of like an unusual thing for me to see so far. I mean, we
mhm.
can already like we still have like 13 teams and 44 players alive. And during stage number two, so far during week one, it always almost drops to just 11 teams left as soon as we reach phase two of the circle.
And sadly enough, here we go. West Carry already spotted, and the rest of Genesis, I'm pretty sure, they're relaying information here because they have to regroup.
Hmm.
I would say it's really, really too early at this point because the big boys, or rather, at least the common enemy that they always have when it's this group, whether it's their team or another team, they're going to encounter each other sooner or later. Specifically, A1. A1 and
Yes.
Karma, they're
Here we
so
go.
far the top dogs. Here we go. Oh, and Red Esports is Passenger
Wow.
takes out Mr. Boro. Now he has to call for that distress signal against Nima, but Nima seems to be flanking, trying to see if he can
Ooh.
go for vengeance here. But Passenger, I think, is
Okay.
very very confident that the cavalry has arrived.
Yes, here we go. Mr. Boro is still down. So far,
Oh
Passenger
boy.
going for that a quick kill. Here comes the backup. Passenger
Eh,
cooking up or popping up that smoke. I mean, everyone is trying to get in position so far. They're going for the pinch. And again, we got Passenger over here throwing a lot of smokes, maybe to conceal his location so far, so as not to be revealed exactly for the other teams to come. But here comes the push now. Here comes the push, Pika. I think he is going for that nade. Boom! It
Hey.
goes, but so far we've only seen a
Okay.
little bit of damage, but I think that was done. Key Wait, if I read that right, Key Wait
Mhm.
was the one to actually shut that player down, coming from Karma.
Okay, now Red Esports jumping in on the action here as well again. So I think Passenger was really the gateway there. I think comparative to his name, he did not take that lying down as a passenger, but rather the driver. But that altercation rather, that was really really dangerous, and I think that Mr. Boro and the rest of SG were able to
Mm-hmm.
to get back a little bit of what they lost. So Red, here we go. Domain making some distance. He needs to do this. He needs to talk to whoever's still there. Okay, there it is. Key White or Key Wait. I think
Hmm.
they sensed a bit of retreat from SG, just behind this
Yes.
boulder, Red, and not that much space for them to actually breathe. Not that any second now we're gonna start hearing those loud bangs and see some shells on the ground.
Okay, let me correct myself. It is Skylightz Gaming, not Karma official, but Domain again with the push. Went for that massive spray down. Gets. Oh, I don't
Hey,
know who will get the
what?
first, but oh we are seeing a lot of exchange, but Domain
All
getting
right.
a damage as well. But here comes Kuwait. Here comes Kuwait against one of the players as well, coming from SG, using that DPS. So far, we are seeing a little bit of ring around the
Oh
Rosie, but so
my
far, oh no, Red Esports now in trouble, and it looks like Skylightz Gaming, and that was a no fear getting the job done and sent Red Esports out of the game.
oh my goodness. With four teams already gone. I think this is quite late, compared to our first game. During our first game,
No.
it was kind of a bit of a rush, I could say, but overall, it's a very passive 2 Red. So, sadly, I would say that West Point Mambas again here has a bit of a cuffed situation because Michi
Mm-hmm.
and Emma is already out of there, and Migs is not looking very healthy. Yes, he does have a bit of time to heal, but if you're gonna think about it, they have a lot of catching up to do. And position-wise, they're not really in the best spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are inside the circle, but a lot of these heavy hitters are around them as well. So there it is. It's that road for West Point Mambas. Supposedly, Migs. That's the only backup they had. But now you did jinx it, Red. TGOA is out of there. So you
Oh
had to say it.
no. Yeah, and Seventh Element as well. You know what, Pika? I mean, this is one of the teams that had a dramatic, improvement during day number 4, and right now, I mean, with this early elimination so far, oh man, that's gonna take a toll on the overall scoreboard for sure. I mean, they placed it. They are now in the top 7 teams so far in this competition. With this early elimination, I think it's going down once again. But you know what? For Seventh Element, I mean, this team is not again, uh wrong in taking some of the fights. I mean, they know what they're doing inside the
Mm.
battlefield, and I think it's going to be easy for them to, do a strong comeback so far. But CMF x GSM over here again, going up another team. Memo and Dictator both out of the
Hey!
game
Oh,
already. Tryout taking in some damage coming from Karma. Now Karma be like, hey, don't stay out in the window for too long. I mean, it's not going to end
mhm.
well for you. Now Tryout, I think, going down to the ground, the floor, but we got a D46 over here cooking up that nade as well. Oh, I think
Hey!
they're up against the Genesis Esports, but Tryout already on his knees, and this is not looking too good for GSM.
It's starting to look more like a clinic here rather than a battlefield because a lot of these players are definitely down to medical assistance. But here we go.
What?
D46 still alive and kicking. He has enough of medical supplies to revive whoever might be from their team might need a specifically tryout. Here we go.
Smile.
Okay, and just like that, Smile is out of there with
Wow.
the. But this is Zai. This is Zai from Genesis. Okay, try to get out of
Wow.
there. It was enough. It was not enough. And look at that. CMF
Wow.
holding on for dear life eliminates one more team. And Red, that is
Um,
big because just like that, to our last 8 teams.
that was a beautiful timing on the side of D46. I mean, he
That
just
was,
waited there patiently, right? And I mean,
yeah.
he is not at all. He doesn't even have the advantage so far. But with that perfect time to take down his opponent, that was just beautiful to watch. But anyway, we are left now with 7 teams and 21 players remaining, and we got
Oh, they've got
WPM and
7.
RGS both out of the game as well. So this is already shaping up to be a tough competition so far. Now that we have entered the 4th phase of the circle, ladies and gents, Skylightz Gaming with 4 elimination points. Now CMFG with 3 elimination points so far, but we still have one more squad that is lurking around the area within the proximity, and those are the players coming from Bad Intentions. Now, so far we can see a little bit of distance, in between these teams, and I don't know. Maybe we just have to wait for stage 5 to come in before we can see, really a lot of trade-offs happen. But Agon up against A1 Esports, and I
Hey.
think A1 A1 is gone.
Oh no,
A1 is
no.
gone,
Uh,
Pika.
yeah, I think they really vacated quite early there, Red, and they were originally the highest fraggers. They had 6 eliminations, but just like that, again, I'm gasped as well because I a lot of attention to these healthier teams, specifically Bad Intentions. They are still complete They have a good amount of eliminations. Oh my gosh! Every time I say that they're still complete, somebody really kneels. Here, here we go. So CMF still. We're looking at CMF how they're still trying to scout here, and Agon still complete. And just second best, healthiest team
Mhm.
so far. They have no eliminations and have three. Now, bad intentions may need to revive that man. They want to continue with their manpower advantage as well as their top frag. They
Bam.
they have a lot. Here we go. Oh my gosh, Knight is he's holding his ground here, Red, and with one medkit at hand.
Yeah, well, the name says it all. Bad intentions. So if you guys happen to cross them inside the game, well, you just have to really watch out for this team because right now we got Knight. Oh,
Oh,
that is not good so far. We got Karma eliminating some of the players coming from that team, and now we can see that a lot of altercation is already happening. Pika on the side of Agon as well, but you know what? Bad intention is still alive, and King managed to put up a
ow!
total of 8 elimination points so far. But I mean, that is it. A bad intention was eliminated by Agon, who has actually a better vantage
Dang!
point. They were down below. Agon was in a higher position, and so far taking advantage of
What is
that one. And
happening?
it's pretty much it.
Just like that, we are still at stage 5 here, Lance, and this is already it. This is our top
Mm-hmm.
three. This is the last three teams that we have, and with that momentum,
Ooh.
Agon is still in this, Red, without any damages. They're not paying for anything because right now we have Karma. We still have Train to Kill. They're in for the running. Never mind. Last two teams, Karma
Mm-hmm.
Esports. The momentum has run dry for our game number 1 chicken dinners. Now, with Train to Kill,
Mm-hmm.
still three man. They still have three. They still have three active soldiers. Ex MPL out, but we have the usual suspects: Doki,
Mm-hmm.
Furlove, and this player. I can't remember who this was, but yeah, never changes the IGN. But nevertheless, now knocked to his knees, and
Right.
Agon already in
Oh.
Predator mode here.
Oh.
Red. They can just walk away with
Yes,
this.
sir.
Look
Yes,
at
sir.
that
Well, we
percentage,
don't
by the
know.
way.
I mean, 67% chance would probably go with Agon. And now Toodle Love again, not
Mm.
really backing down with that trade-off that just happened, but from
Oh,
behind. Oh no! Again, multiple
no.
angles will work best for your team. And now T2K finds themselves in big trouble against Agon. I mean, they are so close to getting that winner chicken dinner so far. I mean, they are currently placed at ninth in the overall scoreboard, but
Hey!
it looks like they're gonna be moving
Yep.
down once again as Agon Esports takes the WWCD for our match number 2 inside Miramar.
What a showing there, ladies and gentlemen. That was really crazy. And again, with no one to sacrifice at all, Red. So Aegon really telling us that, oh, don't turn your eye away from us. Don't turn your back on us. We are still here. We're alive and kicking. We're very, very much
Mm-hmm.
interested in getting a chicken dinner of our own. And so congratulations to Aegon. This is a very, very big statement for this team. So, Red, I would
Mm-hmm.
say that with BITX a while ago, showing us that they have such momentum, and I'd say the same for Karma, it didn't matter at all. It all boiled down to survivability, and here it is. So looking at
Mm-hmm.
match number 2, we have so this is that player who gave us a lot of these contributions. We have
Mm-hmm.
a Twist Crypto with 4 eliminations, followed by UZM, I believe, or eight UZM.
Yes.
I hope I can read that properly. And Blade,
Mm-hmm.
just not far behind. Not to mention Ghost with one. Wow, this team just really shocked me
Yes.
today.
I mean, this win
Okay.
would probably help them improve their overall stats. Peak. I mean, during day 4, they only managed to put up 15 points, and that actually just add up to their 89 points currently. But this time, winning the chicken dinner uh, would probably help them. Climb up the ranks a bit, but we don't know. We still want to see, a little bit more of consistency and firepower coming from this team, coming from Agon. So let's see what's going to happen in the next rounds to come. But the most valuable player right here, Karma Spike, with 4 eliminations so far and 66.67% contribution for his team with 579 total damage.
And this is, imagine this, right? Imagine how they were not actually the chicken dinner. They're not top one
Mm-hmm.
right now, but still a part of their team is still racking up these kills, these eliminations.
Yes.
This goes to show that the grind never stops for Karma at all. It's they're always out for something, and this for one is a statement. So Spike, you really deserved this tab for you. Now here we go, and this is Twist Crypto a while ago from, of course, Agon, who showed us why he is again an asset to be cautious of against Dante from BITX. Let's see, Red, if this is gonna continue. This is not a far score to
Mm-hmm.
compare.
And I mean, for Karma, they are obviously sticking to the name of the game so far, and that is
Hmm.
getting those elimination points. That is what matters. Top placement is all that matters. And looking at the eliminations and damage so far, Agon with a higher elimination points compared to the damage dealt inside the game. It's a little bit different on the side of a CMF. So we already know the story for the teams. I think it's on the side of
Hmm.
Agon Esports, it's more about like the kill steals, and for the CMF, they have they had a problem converting those damage into elimination points. So that's the only thing that we can read so far. But everyone, with the top five teams finishing right here in Miramar so far, has been Agon, Karma, uh, Bad Intentions, T2K, and SG. And you know what, Pika? I would like to welcome back, Train to Kill. And, the
Yeah.
aggressive team so far, managed to put up 10 elimination points, which is, still a wonderful performance coming from T2K.
That's as good as a chicken, if we're gonna say so ourselves. So, but again, with a
Hmm.
bit more pleasure to add to that. Granted that they are actually elimination and not necessarily placement. So good stuff as well from Train to Kill. T2K, always a
Hmm.
treat. Whenever we see this team up front. So gotta love that. Now again, the grind still continues for West Point Mamba, I would dare say, and for Red Esports. We did mention them earlier, Red Queen, because they are still in the running, to prove themselves how they can stand
Wow. Hmm.
alongside these heavy hitters. Now, Red, this is a record breaker for having only 92 grenades thrown. This is impossible. This is probably a stat error. No, I'm just kidding. It's really just 92 grenades. So we trust you guys. Oh man,
Are we reading this right?
I know.
92 names? Just 92 names? I really find that
Uh,
hard to believe. But anyway, A1 Esports K9 getting the longest
mhm.
elimination distance. That's 381, which is actually fabulous so far. So, I mean, A1 Esports again having a lot of upsets in the game so far. We're still waiting for them to clutch their way in and get that WWCD. But I think they are a little bit struggling. So yeah, let's. We
Mhm.
still don't know what to expect coming from A1 Esports. And look at that. Even with the airdrops, Pika, no one even dares to actually get that loot. In Miramar, since it is such a big
Yeah,
space, like big open space. So it's always going to be risky going for that loot. But so far in the overall standings, just for match number two, again, Karma. Uh, Oh, this is for today. This is day five, right? So
definitely.
29
Hmm.
points, right? 29 points. Agon coming in at second
Yeah.
with 22. Raging Bulls with 18. 13 for IHC. Bad Intentions with 11. MSX and T2K pretty much tied up with 10 points. And the top eight goes to GSM with 8 in total points.
And again, this is only as match two goes, Red Queen. So this could definitely get shaken up moving forward. And I'll be very honest here with the overall of the other teams again. That's great. That's a good sight to see. I personally think that this is still pretty. This is not yet ripe for the take. If you understand where I'm coming from here. I'm
Mm-hmm.
really excited. We're going back to Erangel after this, but it's probably they'll probably have a big notebook, in front of them, that okay, so this is what happened. This is what happened. I got taken out by this guy. I made this mistake. Everything's back to the smorgasbord, if I may. So they're definitely
Mm-hmm.
gonna be They're definitely going to be putting on a few more tweaks for game number three. But that said, good stuff from Agon. And I, for one, did not expect how that would go because there were a lot of healthy teams alongside them.
Yes, and ladies and gents, we're gonna talk more about what happened during game one and game number two. I mean, the night is still early, so don't go
Mhm.
changing that channel or browsing anywhere else. Just stay tuned in here, right at A1 Gaming Esports page for the PUBG Mobile Community Stars. Again, this is Red Queen together with Pika Lozano. Don't go away, guys. We'll be back after a short break. Hey, oh, let's go. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Community Stars. And again, we still got 24 teams competing for the lion's share of 3,000 US dollars prize pool. And of course, the bragging rights of just who really is the fairest of them all. I mean, surely it's going to be an exciting evening once again, ladies and gents, as we go through all the highs and lows of this competition. But we're not gonna leave you guys still with Red Pin Gaming together with the actor himself. We got Pika Lozano on the caster's desk.
Okay, so moving to map number three. Yes, I acknowledge that 100%. Thank you so much, everybody. So now going to our third map of the evening, we're gonna go back
Mm-hmm.
to Erangel. It is the map that everyone is always looking
Mm-hmm.
forward to. It's it's ever so green. It's one of
Mm-hmm.
those. I personally believe that we do have a lot in store here, Red, specifically because
Mm-hmm.
we still have DRS for this particular map, if I'm looking at this correctly. And with them, of course, we still have limit over, and uh, I'd say that this is also going to be one heck of a task because A1
Mm-hmm.
is out for vengeance here as well. So we're starting off on the northwest corner of the map around shooting range, Red. So final drop off will be the
Mm-hmm.
military base. I wonder
Right.
who will dare drop at the military base by themselves. But of course, look at look at
Uh,
who, Red.
I
This is
know.
not
I
very
know.
characteristic for them. So okay, there's gonna be one contest that we're definitely gonna look out for.
And again, Pika, based from what we've witnessed so far, I'm seeing a little bit of difference in terms of gameplay. I mean, week one, we've seen a lot of aggression, but now teams are kind of choosing to slow down a bit. So, I mean, we still don't know what to expect. But you're right, we got two teams actually choosing to get to the military base. And those are the players coming from STE and MSF2D. Okay, we all know what to expect when you guys drop into the military base, right? I mean, decent amount of good gears, loots in the group of 3C buildings. I mean, it's gonna be tough to fight if you have a same squad in the area. I mean, this is clearly a big space. You can't have your team running around just anywhere. You can be hit, from a variety of angles, rooftops, windows, and even from buildings. So you really need to have that, strong awareness in terms of your surroundings. Now, here comes the school area. We've got two teams about
Oh
to
my.
get into a brawl so far. We got bad intentions and also players from ruthless, aggressive esports. And it looks like we already have our first blood, and that player comes from trained to kill. And I think right now they're going up
Hmm.
against A1 Esports.
That's a good trade, actually. It's a tug of war as early as now, Red. So look at that. There's already like two players gone and 15 teams.
Mm-hmm.
So this is gonna be a quick one for at least some of these players. But for the others, they're gonna lay back and just enjoy what's really happening here. They want that bloodshed away from their zones, from their areas, and
Man.
just pick up what's remaining. Oh my
What?
gosh! And train to kill, putting that name to good use, taking down Hitman. Oh my heart. No.
Hey!
And now K9.
What?
Oh, K9. That was such a risky move. Nevertheless, that's all she wrote for A1 Esports Red. Just like
What?
that.
Yeah.
And they are
Like
out
I
of
said,
there.
I mean,
They're taking the bus home.
they've they've been really not having a very good set of gameplays, and it was just like so disappointing coming from the side of K9. I mean, he completely missed to take that one player down. I mean, even having that element of surprise and getting from behind. I mean, I don't know what happened. He was also using a DPS, which is basically like a one tap shot, and so I mean that was a missed opportunity. But okay, let's not talk about that one because again, like what Pika said, A1 Esports just took took a bus getting home. So let's go back to the school area where Ruthless Aggressive Esports is having a little bit of a fight. try against bad intentions. Now we can see Malik again picking up those nades, hoping the best to take down some players coming from the opposition. Now here comes the brawl. Here comes the attack. And again, Seventh
Mm.
Element is also having some kind of altercation with the guys from Genesis. But
Wow.
I mean, just like that, it was a completely turn of events. You know what? From bad intentions, or like two bad intentions, because Ruthless Aggressive Warriors was the one who actually won that fight.
And don't look now, Red, but there are only like three members here from Seventh Element. One of them, M7X, already 6 feet under, as we like to say. So Hybe and Guru, I believe, are still alive, and they're gonna
Mhm.
try to weather out this storm because you see how the members of Genesis Esports are actually scouting the entire vicinity. They're trying to get their hands into as much loot as possible. I'm pretty sure they heard the uproars of those gunfights because that was not hard to. Oh my
Wow!
gosh, that was not hard to miss. And Master Itchy, a masterful throw. Oh my gosh, now Sohaib is forced to bring the med kit to his teammate. Otherwise, seventh element will.
Man.
Oh, never mind. Too little, too late, and now Sohaib has to try to endure this entire map all by himself. Now, looking at Limit over here at Kokimu, a bit of a cruising with the buggy, tries to be again a bit more patient this time around. They did make really good progress, Red, off of game number one.
Yes, Master Ichi was called a master for a
Oh,
reason. That was an
reason.
accurate nade. So, I mean, he didn't even expect that. I mean, he didn't even see that one coming. But again, we got
Mhm.
Ruthless Esports going up against. Was that 3X? I think that was a player coming from 3X.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
there you go, guys.
Mhm.
Knight has been taken down so far. But on your screens, we still got Limit over. Okay, so far, Kokemuwu is going around in Erangel, searching, for compounds and still, getting everything that he needs to complete his arsenal inside his backpack.
Hey!
But oh, that was a very good jiggle coming from that player. But unfortunately, he gets tagged as well. Now we have one player. Already knocked down out there in the open, but ruthless aggressive warriors over here, I think they're still trying to do their best, to come up of this on top. And so far, they have been successful taking control of the school area.
3x is out of there again, Red. So it's
Mm-hmm.
this is not the same at all as game number two because this is a bit too high octane. A lot of these teams have already engaged, and just look at how Train to Kill has 4 frags already with no casualties. But Raw, ruthless aggressive, Red has 8 frags and still manages to revive one of their teammates. So this is a very good start from these Warriors, if I can say so. And
Right?
DRS, of course, they're playing it quite casually so far. Red, letting themselves regroup, maybe think thoroughly what they need to do this time around. Because
Mm-hmm.
again, the games number one and two were not really their cup of tea. The flashlight really didn't go their direction that time. So let's see,
Yes.
let's see.
And
So ruthless, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, this is the kind of gameplay, that I expect coming from the teams. I mean, we just mentioned a while ago that before we even get into stage two, out of the 16 teams, we are almost always dropping into just, like 11 teams remaining. And so far, we are close
Yeah.
to that number. Now, again, Ruthless Aggressive Esports getting the job done. And I think that was the last so far coming from 3X over here, Master Ichi. Or that was Genesis, sorry.
Genesis,
Genesis
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Esports found themselves, up against ruthless warriors. And just look at that peak. I mean, first phase of the circle and ruthless aggressive warriors living up to the hype, living up to their
Oh my
name with
gosh.
10 elimination points, and the most number of kills goes for from Sky.
Unbelievable. They basically went 0 to 100 here, Red. The moment they dropped, they already got their hands on the trigger and just really started teeing off against all these players. So good stuff we're seeing here. But again, it's never how you start here, Red. In this particular setting, we know how a battle
Mhm.
royale can really turn its tides as soon as the circle starts shrinking. Now, with only stage one at hand, this could still be molded something differently because
Mm-hmm.
DRS, they may be getting all that they need, for the long haul, packing for the rainy days, if I may. So
Right.
this is something that we need to put into account. Now, CMFC, we know how they're also very good at against survival. They
Mm-hmm.
may just be letting the soup warm up a little bit. So let's see
Okay.
if they're definitely they're definitely gonna come up with something extravagant here.
All right, so as you can see for the map overview, we got the players coming from the guys of Asian, as well as MSF2D will be coming from the southwest part, which also has a lot of teams, to be honest, right at the edge of the circle. But
Hmm.
High Voltage Crew once
Hmm.
again finds themselves in big trouble as they lose one member of their team up against Genesis. Okay, we got Smile on the second floor. Okay. Saka's over
Oh!
here trying to cook up that nade, but he was just like too late because Smile decided to actually go down to the ground floor to get the job done, and there you go, High Voltage.
My
Man, I
gosh.
mean, that was just like too much power for Smite, right? He's left all alone, and we still got three more players coming from the side of High Voltage. So again, the percentage of him winning that fight was just like pretty low. So let's give like a big kudos to Smile from Genesis Esports. And speaking of Genesis, you know what, Pika, in the recently concluded Southeast Asia wildcard, I think those are the winners of. Yeah, I think Genesis Esports actually topped
Hmm.
the charts. Second, I think, was Yangon Galactica. So, I mean, these are just like some of the things that we need to mention just to give recognition on how good
Yeah.
these guys are at playing PUBG Mobile.
That's right. These accolades, of course, dictate how they will fare in the future games. Because
Mm.
it shows how much experience they can carry on their backs, and how they deal with certain situations. Because it's never the same.
Ooh.
Speaking of never the same, this is not gonna be an exchange that that the
Oh,
player
man.
of Stalwart Esports may be new to. They know how this goes, but here we go. Demo really handing it over,
Oh.
and oh my, Icy was doing really good as well there, Red, but that
Mm-hmm.
MK14 really brought that man to his knees. This is not looking good. So Stalwart Esports need to get over this hurdle.
Oh!
Oh my gosh. Near Zed taken out by Demo Care of that UMP 45. Now this is an absolute duel here. Gang war if we may, Red. So this is something. This is what we're waiting for.
Yes, they are starting a riot indeed, but Tazo getting huge damage from that nade thrown his way by
Oh
IHC, and right now we are seeing a combo happening. Nade and a Molotov, and now he is burning alive so far. Action is the only player remaining so far active for Stalwart Esports, and right now he is escaping his fate over there, okay, opting to back out from that situation. He already knows he is at a
man.
disadvantage, right? All of the teams were already down, and so he needs to figure out a plan. He needs to make sure
Yep.
that he get to the latter stages of the game. I mean, after all, we're just talking about the second phase of the circle, ladies and gentlemen. There is a lot of things that still can go on, but so far, I think he just went, for another angle to take down maybe a couple of IHC players over here,
Oh
but from behind. This is what I was talking about. You do not just take a position without even surveying the place, without even scouting and checking if there are other teams lurking the area. And Ruthless Aggressive Esports just took advantage of that one, racking up a total of one elimination point from that event itself. I mean, he was just caught sleeping there.
Pravin was able to see that helmet from a mile away, and again pulling the trigger when it really mattered. And just like that, Red, the journey was cut really short here. Now, I would say the same for the guys of Asia because they're down to their last man potentially, with one
Mm-hmm.
injured member, of course. With one, oh, never mind. Make that one remaining member, because the guys of Asian, as much as we hated jinxing it, this is not how they would want game number 3 to be, because one away, they're one sniff away from actually being
Okay.
eliminated. The same goes for Seventh Element. Now, Red, very opposite of what game 2 was like. So this is
Mm-hmm.
this is not the same game we saw earlier. So all these teams are going for
Right.
the pushes. They are
Oh,
actually
man.
challenging.
Amura!
And speaking of which, oh my gosh, Amura Chili challenges over that fence, and just like that, IHC lands at number 10th. For the teams that are out of here.
You know what? I really wanted to talk about like resurgence, for the teams that I mean inside the game. And so far, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors is proving us wrong
Oh
at the
boy.
moment. I mean, we've always said that we need some more aggression, we need some more firepower. But then again,
Yep.
Ruthless uh, with another. With another elimination so far, I mean, I mean, these guys are like banging, onto their chest right at this moment, and just really making a statement so far that hey, you know what, we can clutch this one. We want to end all of the games right for this day, and maybe get like a two-digit elimination point so far in every matches in day number 5. And I think that is the goal right at the moment, on the side of Ruthless Aggressive
Mhm.
Warriors. And again, I mean, you guys are like one of my top picks, so come on, show it for me.
I'm really excited as well, Red. I cannot wait to see how the last stages of this will shape out with this
13.
much this much points already from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. They might as well gun for the 20. It's possible if they can drop a 20 bomb as a team plus potentially a chicken dinner. Red, that is something. That is probably like 3 games won already for Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. So imagine the trigger finger on these boys right now. They definitely are itching. They want to get this done with conviction. So here we go. Moving forward to high voltage, of course. They're down one, but I would say that they're taking their time. CMFZ doesn't have a single elimination yet, and Train to Kill, however, they kind of slowed down. Remember how this started off? It was Train to Kill who was again on the shooting side of things. But now I think they saw how they can't actually cross the paths of Raw at all. Otherwise, they might just regret it.
Yes. Raw doing this good is something to watch out for, and we also need to take in consideration that DRS, the heavy hitters, inside the game, is still
Supposedly,
alive with a
yeah.
complete set of players. But this is what amazes me and surprises me at the same time, Pika. They have not set, any elimination points just yet, and we
Mhm.
are already at the fourth phase of the circle with 27 players remaining. So not unless they can like probably get this elimination point so far, with the players remaining inside the game, then maybe they can make up for the lost points that uh because of the bad matches a while ago. Then maybe they can improve their stats once
Yeah.
again and maybe retake the number 1 spot. But Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, man, they are really stepping up their gameplay. They are showing up for day number 5. I mean, 13 elimination points so far, and these guys have been just so amazing again with the gunfights. But anyway, we still got a minute and 40 seconds on the clock before our next zone shift, and pretty much the teams are still trying to settle in, trying to get comfortable so far, trying to commit in their position or in the position that they
Mhm.
are right at this moment. So let's see what is going to happen as soon as their paths cross, and we can already see MSX F2D. Okay, against
Mhm.
Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Right now, we are seeing a 2-2 split, from the side of Raw.
And this is also where I'm a bit nervous here, Red. I'm a bit anxious because it's these situations that these teams who don't have a single elimination yet, this is where they might be, they actually might be scheming. They could be planning something. Wait for the healthier teams to actually engage against Ruthless Aggressive Warriors because they have a lot to lose. Or maybe it's kind of like a chess game. They're waiting for the next move, waiting for whoever makes that pawn step forward and just get the ball rolling because
Mm-hmm.
apparently no one has ever taken a shot. No one has swung against Raw so far. So it could be MSX, it could be a T2K, but it's definitely not Raw or Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Who's gonna make the first move at this point? They're very comfortable, right? Like at this point, even if they
Mm-hmm.
don't win the chicken dinner, they're almost up there. Look at this, high voltage taking those very very small shots, just trying to maybe gather a bit of info as well, and
Yes.
damage points could come into play.
Oh
Now,
no.
okay, Limit over is they're gonna have to go for the fences here because that blue zone, basically that play zone, is not gonna be very forgiving anymore. Red, it's stage 5, so good stuff right here as well from CMF. They're not so far behind. They know the border of where they should be standing. So here we
Mhm.
go. MS Falcon taking someone out of raw red. Oh my gosh, that might be the first inflicted wound for this powerhouse team.
And again, we are seeing a lot of nade exchange so far coming from both of the teams. And right now we got NBS Sakaz right here cooking up the nades as well and being thrown at the ground floor. But ooh, I think they got Doki. They got Doki.
They
Doki is
did.
down, but T2K looking to join the party as well.
Yep,
Oh, I
yep,
think,
yep.
yeah. Okay, sorry. I think this is D2K, just D2K. Okay, I thought there was someone who's gonna do a third party so far, but High Voltage
I know.
Domination Crew is right now
Okay.
dominating the fight against D2K. Now this is the third party I was
Yep.
talking about, Pika. Raw. We got Raw joining into the fight, and it is not looking too good on the side of High Voltage. And
What?
there you go again, ruthless aggressive Warriors getting the job done, eliminating yet again another team from the battlefield.
What is going on? They are cracked right now, Red. They are basically taking names left and right. I thought they were gonna hold back. It looked like it because for the long period of that stage fight, they were absolutely doing nothing. They were just literally standing at one spot, making sure that they don't have any casualties whatsoever. And
Mm-hmm.
but never mind. Jiggle just literally ran into that room, went spraying, and left. That is insane. So that's 14 kills to their name, 14 eliminations, Red. That is a huge percentage of this entire population. So let's see how CMF can punch back because Alpha's still alive. They just need to pick him up if
Mm-hmm.
ever and keep that numbers advantage, or at least that numbers even, for them to take on those big fights moving forward. Now, stage 5 is only seconds away, Red,
Mm-hmm.
from merging. Let's see how Limit Over is going to deal with the situation.
On the side of ruthless aggressive esports or like Warriors, pretty much they did their homework. That 2-day break, from this competition really helped them a lot. Perhaps,
Yes.
I mean, they've studied every corner of the map and how well they're gonna do with the rotations as well, which teams to take to engage with. I mean, like it is important for you guys to extract the intel, not just inside the gameplay, but of course
There it is.
off game as well. You need to study the players. You need to study which of these teams are like pretty much hard clutching inside the battlefield, which teams are really tough to beat so far, and which teams are the easiest to get an engagement with. And that's exactly what is happening right now on the side of ruthless aggressive Warriors. Now, are we still gonna question the pace that they are trying to set out? Because it's really hard to keep this
Yep.
kind of energy all throughout this day number 5. I mean, we are just at match number 3 here, Pika. We still got 3 more to go. So again, we're looking for that consistency, and they already know that they need a lot of points actually to even get to the top half of this competition. But I think that is their sole mission right at this moment. And I'm just happy that you mentioned, like this is a whole chess game so far. Yes, I do agree with you that PUBG Mobile is actually like not just a battle of gunfights or like a trade-offs, but it also a battle of wit.
John, like I said, as I was saying earlier, Limit Over may have held on a little too long to that ball, and now they're down to their last player, being Devil version 2. But he does take out a member of CMF right there. I think that was auto play. I'm not so sure.
Ooh.
But oh, here we go. The first knockdown for DRS. This is going to be big because this is going to shake up their entire plan in the attempt to pick up Rules OG. Now, again, Jiggle. My goodness, takes out iHigh, and that's... What is
Man.
with Jiggle today? Like this is not even human anymore, if I can say so. 7 frags alone. Sky not far
Oh my
behind.
God.
What is going
Okay.
on? And look at this. This is crazy, right? Look at that. And he
They
gets the
are-
job done for Jiggle too.
Raw is on steroids right now, ladies and
Yes.
gents. 18 elimination points so far. That is insane. Now this makes a very good ending to our match number 3. The Real Soldiers against Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Now, of course, the number advantage goes to the side of RAW. Now we got Delta on prone over here, trying to assess the situation, trying to gauge on how to approach this fight. Okay, right now everyone
Oh,
is
there it
just
is.
quiet. They have taken their position, but oh, again with the nade coming
Oh
from Jiggle.
no!
Oh my goodness, he is on fire, Pika.
I cannot believe my eyes here. Okay, so now we are down to the last potential clash here. There we go, gunfight after gunfight. This is definitely a tug of war of damage and points here. So now DRS still complete, but definitely wounded. They are absolutely hurt, and just like that, Red, ruthless, aggressive
Oh!
warriors, massive two-digit
Oh!
elimination from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. At this point, I am going to replace Ruthless with Rabbit because Red, this team right here, just showed us one heck of a game number 3 with just insane, insane plays. Jiggle, I do not know what is with you
Yes.
today, but man, you deserve a crown, a sword, and a staff because you are king.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my
Just look at those
gosh.
smiles. Just look at those smiles on their faces. I mean, I can feel their joy winning this match number 3 so far. And oh my goodness, 1,134 for just Sky over here with 7 elimination points. And Jiggle, the man of the hour, 10 elimination points just for this player. Like, he just kind of exploded, inside the battlefield. And we don't know what's happening, but oh my goodness, that was a stellar performance coming from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. I think they heard us, and now they're banging on their chest like, hey, we're the King Kongs, right? We're the King Kongs in match
Oh
number 3.
man.
Let's see again if they can keep up the pace so far. I want this energy from this team.
Unbelievable, Red. This is crazy. Again, the fact that I've been seeing Jiggle's name so many times on our kill feed, on our elimination feed, that already made me nervous. I already said to myself, man, there is something different with Jiggle right now, and that's what
Mm-hmm.
it is. Maybe it's something that we said or something that the team said to him probably triggered that killer instinct out of him because that's it. Of course, of course. I would actually protest if it was not Jiggle at all, who would be the MVP of game number 3. So look at this, right? 10 eliminations and 796 damage. It means that he may be the culprit for majority of the chaos that ensued here in game number 3, Red Queen.
Okay, let me catch my breath so far. But yes, we are now looking at a different, animal so far. This is a different, ruthless, aggressive warriors. They are playing on a whole new level. Honestly, I mean, this now makes me very excited because then again, I just have to keep on mentioning this one because they are, after all, one of my top picks in this, in this competition. Now I think you guys have managed to wake up my fate in you guys, and I think you pretty much have a lot of fight left in you. And so, I would love to see some of this big action coming from Ruthless Aggressive Esports. Now, head to head, we got Jane over here coming from Train to Kill, and again Sky from Ruthless Aggressive Esports. And in terms of damage, I think it pretty much goes to Sky with 1,134. I mean, it is expected since he has like a total of 7 elimination points inside the game. So that's pretty much just standard. But I mean, look at this. Just look at this.
Wow.
It's like they have the high-rise building, that is set out
Mm,
in the middle of the city, completely surrounded by the just lower ones, this townhouse kind of bit. But oh
mm,
my goodness, this is so
mm.
great. I mean, again, on the side of A1 Esports, they've, with the early elimination, not taking in some kill points. Same thing with DRS. I'm just so amazed at the fact that, and completely wondering as well. They are. This is like unusual for the real soldiers. I mean, they were able to get to the last few zones, right? I mean, they came in at second, but not so much so as a good performance coming from DRS. I mean, we're just talking about 2 elimination points and 6 for the placement points. So, I mean, this is not the DRS that we know.
Or at least maybe this is DRS potentially again trying to plot something, but I don't think that that's the case anymore, Red, because the gas pedal may have been floored already for DRS, and Karma to begin with. Karma already maybe just maybe struck a bit of fear into DRS, but that's not the case for again Ruthless Aggressive
Mm-hmm.
Warriors. We know that, but I want to talk about the unfortunate timing and events that happened to MABATEX because we did not see them at all. There was really no
Mm-hmm.
highlightable exchange from MABATEX. So hopefully, in the next games, in the next few maps, we're gonna see a bit more of this. Again, one of the teams that we always look forward to. Now, Red, with game number three, match number three, Raw, with a whopping 38 points, really standing ahead of Karma Esports with Agon,
Wow.
RGS. This is this is a huge level for them to try and go across because I don't know. Again, it was Jiggle throughout the entire game. Jiggle was he brought out his black book. He started putting names in there. Okay, you're mine, you're mine, you're mine. And if I'm not, I'd be danged if I was an MVP here. So looking
Right.
at the rest of from 9 to 16, it's you and this is an unusual sight for DRS again on the right side of our screen here, Red.
Right. And it's not just huge. I mean, it's
It is.
colossal. It's
Yeah.
humongous. Yeah, humongous gameplay coming from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. I mean, they are like walking with their chest out right at this moment with a kind of
Hmm.
performance so far. That was just oh my god, that was so intense to watch, and I'm pretty sure all of the viewers love that as well.
They've been
The
talking
comment
about
section
it.
has been on fire. It has been making a lot of noise so far, and I really hope that you guys continue to root for your favorite teams and your favorite players. I mean, this is week number 2. We only have like 3 more days, right? 3 more days
Hmm.
before we close this whole competition. Now, these are the final days to make up for the lost points, to improve their gameplay, to improve their stats. And man, this is getting intense so far. Again, the teams that we're not really expecting to dominate are the ones really climbing up the ranks, and so we're just excited to finish this, and reach the end of this day number 5. But then again, Pika, I think we are about to go for a short break. We're going to talk more about what happened a while ago as soon as we get back. But don't go away, ladies and gents. We're going to be back after this short break.
Nah, fuck that shit.
And you know what they say, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And that is what the ruthless aggressive Warriors lived by for game number 3. We are back here, ladies and gentlemen, for the PMCS Grand Finals. We are moving in to map number 4. It's going to be Miramar. Bringing you the action is yours truly, Pika Lazana and Red Queen Gaming. So, Red, I'm pretty sure we have at least tried to catch up our breath a little bit, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, insane gameplay. I mean, again, explosive gameplay from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. I am still not
Mhm.
over it, to be honest.
Yeah.
38 points from just one game is absolutely insane. I mean, insane gameplay so far. And guess what? We still want more. We still want more of this. I mean, there are a lot of
Mhm.
upsets, however, on the side of A1, DRS, and even Karma.
Yeah,
But then
true.
again, the battle's not over just yet. Plenty of chance to turn things around for these teams. But surely, you know what? The real game has now started.
Hey, speaking of as real as it can get, looks like our flight path here in Miramar is a very unusual one. This is a weird degree, and we're starting off already at Puerto Paraíso here, Red. So, this
Mm-hmm.
is quite again, this is quite an unusual flight path, and even more unusually is the fact that Raging Bulls is actually straying away from it, and instead they're going to Los Higos or maybe towards prison. So maybe they recognize that
Mm-hmm.
there are also good loot in prison and Minas del Sur, but maybe they're playing this slow. A while ago they were doing good. Again, this is one of the problems we've had with them before, is that they engage in good gunfights, but they kind of fail towards the survival attribute of this game. So let's see where
Mm-hmm.
DRS again. Red. This is different. This is not the DRS we're used to. They usually go hot and drop off where the loot is abundant. So let's see. Let's see if they're
Yeah.
gonna go back to their roots or play it slow once again.
I mean, again, we are in the final week so far. So if you guys have a secret weapon or like maybe an ace up in your
That's
sleeves,
true.
I mean, now is the time to actually pull that one out. I mean, this is the final days wherein you have the chance to actually perform at your best and improve your overall statistics. And you're right. I mean, DRS, this is not the kind of gameplay that we usually expect from this team. I mean, we've seen how they play during week number 1, and they're kind of like soft right now coming into week number 2. But let's see what's going to happen. I mean, it's too early to say. I mean, there's
Mhm.
there's we're talking about just one good game for DRS, and maybe they can make their strong comeback. But then again, you know what? There is a lot of fight that can happen all at the same time. We got teams from the north side all together in just one position, and also like 3 squads just around Los Leones as well. But we know how massive Los Leones is. I mean, you can pretty much fit
Mm.
like 2 to 3 squads in there without having to engage right up ahead. I mean, you can still cover a part of it and still loot without getting bothered. But it's not the same, for Limit Over and Red Esports, because we got our first blood right now, and that is, I think, Kuwait coming from Red.
Red. Yeah. That's this is again one of those moments where I think changing the pace would come in handy. But we saw earlier how
Mm-hmm.
Passenger was actually very on point game sense wise. He made right calls. Kiwait, however, it may not be his day here, Red. So maybe he can probably assist his teammates and check how the tides will go a
Man.
little later. But look at this! Don't look now. Federales already has a frag of his own. But there's a trade again from Karma. My goodness, Red. These teams again are not holding back. Just as the moment they dropped, they're out for blood. So, oh man, is this the thirst for maybe for vengeance as well as elimination points,
Mm-hmm.
or are they gonna go for the sole survivor model here? It's pretty odd seeing this as early as now.
You know what? I just hope that West Point Mambas can actually match up the level of energy that Karma has at this point. But looking at what
Mhm.
happened or the result of that altercation, WPM exiting match number 4 is not going to do well on the overall scoreboards. But we are just at phase number 1, and we already have like 3 teams
Mhm.
out of this game, right? And we're talking about
Mhm.
3X, WPM, and MABATEX. MABATEX, once again, I mean, this is not just an upset, right? I mean, I do understand that it's hard to get those or like pick up those elimination points. It's not always easy. But for MABATEX, we're also used to seeing these teams as not really having any
Ooh.
troubles in engaging. But so far, they have not been having great games so far. I mean, they exited the game without even having to put up any elimination points. And Red Esports, right at this moment, going up against the limit over. Octopus is the only player left defending for this team. And this is not like the best environment for Octopus. I mean, we are in the desert, Pika. We're talking about in
Nice.
the desert, but he is still
Mhm.
clutching, ladies and gents, and getting that
Oh
kill for
no!
his team. But the fight is not over. Limit over, going for the push,
Oh,
and there you go.
that's it.
Umayer gets the job done, sending Red Esports out of here.
Right, and my goodness. Okay, before I say what happened to Mapitex, I think that was a really valiant effort from Ready Sports. I know that Passenger tried to hang in there, but he was already surrounded by wolves, so there was really no way he was getting out of there alive. And apparently, when I look back, Mapitex Esports did not actually even deploy at all. Right, they are not in this game, so that
Ooh.
explains why there was really no attempt whatsoever of eliminations, not even a glimpse of where they were supposed to drop. So that's pretty unfortunate, missing the opportunities to rack up maybe even just a few bits of points, maybe eliminations, and who knows, they could have been the determining factor for our past games. If anything, what if they were the supposed chicken dinner contenders that could have stopped Raw, if you get my meaning. So, oh, that,
Mm-hmm.
that, that again is pretty sad. So, back to the action. Let's look at CMF. They're trying to be a bit more slow here compared to a while ago, or maybe just maybe it's one of those recollection moments. They might be looting, but the brain says, "Oh, what did I do wrong?" During those games. And again, this is another question mark, Red, for DRS. They
Mm-hmm.
they did quite well, but again, the Raw, they were a different breed of animal in that game.
Yes, you're right. I will have to agree with
Uh,
you. And we're seeing a little bit of like vanilla gameplay coming from the teams. I mean, it's pretty
I
passive so
like
far.
that.
We are
That's
killing
true.
nothing but time, right? So
Yeah.
everybody is still busy trying to complete everything that they need so far in coming inside this match. But you know what? I would love to see the second time around is for DRS and Raw Esports go up against each other once more, and let's just see if DRS can reclaim, or like get their
Mm.
vengeance so far, their retaliation against ruthless aggressive warriors. But pretty much I can already say, Pika, like I think ruthless aggressive warriors right now is on fire. I think they have their momentum so far working out for them, and I just
Mhm.
hope that like the kind of energy that they gave in the previous match, they can still bring it out here in Miramar, because we all know, I mean, we already at the fourth game so far for our day number 5. It can always be exhausting so far for these players. I mean, it's not always easy getting into the game with a clear mind, without even trying to think about what went wrong during the previous matches. And so it is
Mhm.
always a gamble, for the teams. And again, we also need to take in consideration, that there is a thing called luck so far. Sometimes the zones
Definitely.
will not be in your favor, so you need to find, you need to work twice as hard to even get that WWCD. But it is what makes Battle Royale very exciting, because it's always unpredictable.
That's true, and that really is a test of resourcefulness, Red. So, granted that you never drop in those spots that you can actually loot for the newer viewers, because not all the zones here in PUBG Mobile will actually allow you to get as good, basically, weapons as well as medical resources or utilities. They're not all the same. So if you're pretty new
Hmm.
to the game, you have to understand that it's also a matter of assessing the situation. Like, yes, there's always that risk of being across some people when you drop to the hot zones, but it's also what might favor you in the long run, because if you get good loot
Hmm.
early, then that means that you can also eliminate some players early if you again make the right choices. Now, speaking of right
Hmm.
choices, it looks like CMFG are making a lot of those against Raging Bull, because Mortaza is one casualty out. Here we go, Red.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for. I mean, we're just waiting to switch on to that gameplay so far, but we're still right here watching Agon, maybe collecting all of those loots that they need as well. But so far, they are now about to exit this compound and maybe head towards another location. Same thing goes for Stalwart Esports. Um, Again, stage two of Miramar. I feel like we're going back to the old ways of PUBG because of the passiveness that we're experiencing right now. I mean, everybody is choosing to
Yeah.
kind of slow down a bit. Maybe they're catching their breath so far before engaging. They would want to make sure
Oh
that they
wow.
get at least like 5 zones to 6 zones into the competition before they actually decide to engage in this game. But Stalwart Esports, I don't know if someone threw a Molotov coming from the opposition, or
Yeah, yeah.
was it like a friendly fire? We don't know. But we got Tops over here, and he's getting information where DRS is right at the moment. I mean, pretty much he already knows that this compound has already been taken. But then again, it's still hard to say if Stalwart Esports will then go for the push. But so far, Top is getting everything that he needs. Knowledge is power. We all know that one. But a hard push, I don't
Oh
see it
boy.
happening just yet, Pika.
Okay, so again, that's a bit of a long shot. Even granted the 8 times zoom of the scope that Tops has, there is bullet travel here. We have to account for that. It's a really really long shot. So as much as Tops might be intrigued or tempted to take out Killer
Mm-hmm.
YT that far away, it just might not be the right choice. If he gets that shot in and Killer YT survives that, that's sure information delivery, and Giante will definitely put his guard up. So this is going to
Mm-hmm.
be very, very tricky for Stalwart Esports because they know that that compound might be chock full, more than enough resources for them to survive a little bit longer. So even with this mini 14, it just might not be worth the shot here for top seed, Red.
Yeah, without the assurance, of course, that he is going to knock down a player permanently,
Mm-hmm.
coming from DRS, I don't think it would be wise to reveal their position just yet. But so far, again, there's like a huge distance, and we're back in Miramar. If we're back in the old days, again, getting back to the point that I was making a while ago, uh, it would be like always mid to long range fights where you guys when you guys are playing in Miramar, because nobody from the teams would dare engage during the first few zones in Miramar. Usually it's just about giving that damage but not really seriously knocking down any opponents inside the game. And so far
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing that kind of
Oh,
similar gameplay happening
yeah.
right now. But yeah, the real soldiers picking up the intel as well. I think that's Killer Whitey on your screens, and he
Mm-hmm.
spotted some players, coming from the other side of town, and probably reporting back to the rest of the teams. And now, Pika, I mean, for the teams that choosing to drop probably in the middle, those are the teams that you will consider to be high level players. I mean, they are. I mean, it shows
Mm-hmm.
confidence that with the skill set that they have, they can probably take down or shut down any squad that might would want to contest in the same area. But with the map overview that we're seeing, okay, I think the focal point will be Hacienda del Patron, and there are actually a lot of teams coming in from the east side of Miramar, and just like one
Mm-hmm.
team coming from the south. So I think the east side would probably be the busiest, in just a few minutes.
Mm-hmm. And I think they need to make haste here, Red, because this is not a big circle to work with. So a lot of these teams, especially like MS F20, IHC, and so on and so forth, even Karma, I believe they do need to at least cover some distance, if not to completely engage, because those terrains, especially if you don't have a vehicle with you or you only have limited resources and vehicles, that's a long haul, and that might not entitle you for a good spot to camp in or to
No.
stay. Oh my gosh, and grind taking out Icy. That's the encounter we've been waiting for, Red. They have finally pulled the trigger. This is it. It is a hot zone over here. Now Stalwart Esports need to rethink their ways. I
Oh,
think they did try to end this really quickly, but again, to no avail. This is now becoming a
right.
war zone here. So Got to be super careful because Raw again, they're still really hot off of that last game. I'm pretty sure
Yes.
that they still have a bit of momentum moving forward. Now, near Zed,
Oh,
a bit distant from
yes.
his teammates, and if you notice towards the right, we still have DRS folks just again waiting for the shots to be
Hey!
picked.
Oh my
Oh boy,
god.
Jiggle again.
Yes. I mean, right now you don't really want to touch ruthless aggressive warriors at this moment because, like what you said a while ago, they still have the momentum so far coming off from the last game. But
Oh
Nirtse,
boy.
with that perfect timing, was able to take down or shut down one player coming from Raw as well. But unfortunately, gets tagged in that process or in that exchange. So two players remaining, or two players active on the side of Stalwart Esports, and that is Stops and Action. Action with one kill under his belt. Now we got Action over here throwing up those nades. Oh, can he hit? Can he shut down ruthless aggressive
Hey,
warriors? But oh, I
no!
think it was DRS who had the final laugh from that altercation.
Yes. The hunted has become the hunters there, Red. Oh my gosh. All that build up from Stalwart Esports, maybe, just maybe, he could have scratched his head a little bit after that because he could have taken those shots. But again,
Mm-hmm.
that was a really, really vital decision to be made on the side of Stalwart Esports.
Right.
But good stuff. And this is why DRS is still, I believe, internally confident, Red, as to why they might just be
Of
able to pull
course.
through once again. Now, good stuff, but that's not it yet. That is not it because Ruthless Aggressive Warriors still have Sky, Jiggle, and Prabin. So they will definitely come up with a different plan here. But this entire compound, or at least close to it, has been compromised. Raging Bulls as well are in the picture. So Red, I am leaving this all up to chance now.
Yeah. I mean, we got Rulzok, the El Capitan, slithering like a
Mhm,
cobra, a desert cobra,
mhm,
right here, taking information on how to go about this attack for ruthless aggressive warriors. um so far I think the real soldiers taking in positions. I mean, we already know the best thing to do right at this moment is to go for the multiple angles so far, but we also need to consider that ruthless aggressive warriors is inside a compound, so they have that cover, they have that shield, and so far this is a comfort space for Raw over here. But they do know the fact that DRS is just right in somewhere right here,
mhm,
surrounding their compound, and that was an accurate nade. I mean, it wasn't enough to take down Rulzog, but it was enough to give him that
mhm.
damage. So, I mean, we're just waiting to see if DRS is now confident to actually rack up some kill points. And Raw is an absolute big team to take down as of this moment.
Okay, here we go. So I believe there was a nade attempt there, and there we go.
Boom!
GSM out of there, and Falcon. Falcon was able to take out Spike off of that nade, and Jiggle does the same. Oh my gosh, they're still hot, Red. They are still fuming from that last game. So this is wonderful. Now Johnny has his hands full.
Man!
I can say the same for. Oh my gosh! Only H from Karma takes out Falcon with a DBS. Of course, I'm personally biased with a DBS. That's one of my favorite weapons of all time. Now here we go. Karma has to recuperate a little bit. Now Johnny for the
Hey!
for the bench kill. Let's see if he's gonna go on a duel here. Hallway gunfight.
Ooh!
Is he gonna jump off the window? No. Oh, but the
Nope.
Molotov separating both players here. Now only Age is the only guy left from Karma. And is he gonna be able to go around? Oh, he does! He takes out Molana! And Johnny! Oh, but again, the
No.
casualties. Look at
What?
that dip in from Takeon. Do you see how far that was, Red? Oh man, what happened there?
Oh
That
man,
was
and
a that was
that was a
cinematic.
good that was a good timing as well, coming from the side of
Yeah.
MSF2D. Taken, joined in the fight, did a third party thing between those two teams. So again, I mean, it's just
Oh
capitalizing on
man.
the fact that these guys are busy, and so he was just right there to take advantage. But now, guys, we are left with 9 teams and 29 players remaining. We are at the fourth phase of the circle, and again, on your screens, we got MSX F2D with 3 elimination points so far, except except for Johnny. I think pretty much everyone has a 1 kill point. But hey, the fight is not over just yet. Plenty of chance to get those kills, and so that's where what we're actually looking forward, because well, teams are already a bit closer with one another, and we're just waiting for like a few more minutes before we start casting or broadcasting everything that is happening inside the battlefield.
I'm still riled up. I'm still shook from that exchange. That was funny. And Taycan right here, if I'm reading that right, he was so ready. I'm pretty sure that he was on post already before all of that even
Mm,
happened. But speaking of Johnny not escaping death twice in a row, he gets taken out there, Red. So beautiful stuff. And
mm-hmm.
oh man, that was really cinematic. I want to look back on that exchange a little later on, or maybe tomorrow morning. That just to wake me up. I'd love that because that was beautiful. And now here we go.
Yes, sir.
IHC Esports here. They're one of the teams that really turned up, but again, there's still an issue with consistency. I'd say, Red. So they have to grind a little bit. And now a while ago, coming from completely being healthy, MSX is now on the defensive as they're surrounded by again Raging Bulls
Mm-hmm.
and IHC. Red. This is I think the tides have turned really
Mm-hmm.
quickly too.
Yes, sir. Here we go. And again, we got Molana as the last player standing on the side of MSF2D. He cooked up that nade real hard, but unfortunately, he missed, to knock down any players coming from Raging Bulls. Now, I don't know what's happening just yet, but I mean, that's the perfect opportunity for them to actually go
Oh
for
my!
for the kill, since we only have like one player left on the side of F2D. But Raw, ooh, this is a very
Okay.
unfortunate situation coming from the side of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Same thing goes for Yangon Galacticos, because we already have 2 casualties for this team, and they have not set any elimination points just yet, and we are already at the 5th phase
Hey!
of the circle, and Super Andrew finds himself on his knees, and Cute Loki is the only player remaining to defend his team right here, and Cute Loki going for that quick revive as well. I
Mhm.
mean, we still got time to go for that quick pickup, but there are already a lot of teams having trade-offs so far, because I mean,
Mhm.
again, we are left with just 9 teams here inside Miramar.
Beautiful stuff right here. That was a good save as well on the side of Yangon Galacticus, because could Cute Loki have, or Super Andrew rather, could he have completely perished there? Then that might be.
Oh,
Oh my gosh! There, that's what I was talking about. Then they would lose their chance entirely. Good revive from Cute Loki. Now he has Super Andrew to give him a bit of backup. Now DRS, they are on the edge here, Red. 2 players down, 1 remaining. Are they going to have enough time, cover, and resources to revive everybody? Because this is not looking good. Now,
oh,
MSF, okay, there. I was about to say, MSF2D, MSX rather, they put quite the show for us, Red. But DRS joins them on the ride home. Now we are down to 6 teams here, with limit over, still in the run-in.
man, oh man, teams after teams are exiting and getting back to the lobby. And you know what? On the side of DRS, I think pretty much they had their revenge against the Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, because they were the ones who actually showed the exit door to to Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. And now we got Umayer over here throwing up those nades, those mollies to try and take down this player coming from Skylightz Gaming. And now, little by little, one step at a time, Umaya trying to get closer and closer to Nima over here. But
Oh
oh
my.
my goodness,
Okay,
Mr.
Mr. Goro.
Borrow was the one who sealed the deal, getting that elimination
Did
point.
I just see an MG3? That is a gun I no longer see at all, Red. So okay, where did you pick that up, my guy? So here we go. So we have Zol again from IHC. They have 1 casualty so far, but down to the last 4 teams that we have Yangon Galactica hanging by a thread here with the one remaining member rather, and Agon. We saw how Agon was also quite dominant earlier on, Red. So they went the furthest without any casualties in their
Whoa!
winning game. Now here we go. IHC Esports has their hands full. Grind takes down 1. Agon's 8 IQQ also takes out Alex, and now the zone is down. 2 is one of its smallest probably. So at stage 6 here, Red, this is gonna be like basically a cell. For these players to duel it out, and we have 3 versus 2 versus 2 versus 1. IHC needs a
Oh
miracle
man.
if they're gonna push through with this, Red.
And again, we do believe in miracles, right? So anyway, yes, down to just 4 teams remaining.
Oh,
Again, we got
yeah.
Agon over here, pretty much has the higher ground compared to IHC,
Oh,
and now we got Grind really hustling
hey!
up with that
Oh,
spray down and managing to make that vehicle
yep.
explode. So IHC has now been taken out completely off of Miramar, and Agon I8 defeating 6 players in this battlefield has been,
Oh
promising
my
for
God.
these teams. Okay, final 3 teams, guys. Final 3 teams. This is 3v2v1. You
Andrew.
know what? On the side of YG Super Andrew. Oh man. Okay, forget that.
Oh,
Scratch that. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything
that's
because
it.
he just got knocked out completely by Grind. Grind is on the roll.
And as the name says, I am out for it. I've been grinding all my life. So he's basically on the hot seat here, Red. So Vest looking really damaged, the helmet almost there, but he is definitely complete with again medical and throwable utilities. So Grind can definitely hold it up for his team with 4 eliminations already. Blade doesn't have any. Ghost is out of there, and QQ, not far behind with them, with them eliminations. And look at this. He is basically a few meters away from potentially looting, so he may have exclusive again items for the picking. Look at that. IQQ and Blade just rolling in. So there's the
Mm-hmm.
cavalry. Let's see if SG basically if they can defend this against a very game Agon.
All right, here we go. Agon
Mhm.
taking in position, ready to fight. Ready to take out Skylight's Gaming in this altercation. This is the final match right here inside seventh phase of the circle, ladies and gents. 4 elimination points goes to Skylight's Gaming. Now, this is, I think, the first time in a long time that I've seen Skylight's Gaming, reach this
Yes, this
far
far.
in, in the competition. And so we would like to also welcome them back, ladies and gents. But right now
Mm.
they have a problem to solve. Okay, 3v2. 3v2, ladies and gents. Let's see what Mr. Borrow and No Fear 911 is going to do in this situation as they now try to anticipate the attack coming from these 3 players from Agon I8.
And I'm pretty sure they don't really know exactly where potentially IQQ is. I know he's been posting up there, and this is a very traditional strat, Red. Because they know that they have the numbers advantage. They're gonna go for somebody who can post up and flush out the
Mm-hmm.
opposition. So they know that there's a huge chance that No Fear already knows that Grind is behind that haystack. Blade is I think getting ready to again ricochet that nade where it's meant to be. So let's see. But again, they don't have any
Man,
idea maybe where IQQ is and taking their time. See, this is what I was
yes.
talking about. This is
Oh, man.
this is a potential snipe opportunity for IQQ.
I mean,
Oh,
this
No
is.
Fear takes out
If they
Grind.
Yes, and if Aegon, play their cards right, they can pretty much, win this whole thing because I mean, Skylightz Gaming, they're not in a, like best position compared to Aegon. They have the higher ground advantage so far. It's easier for them to get those intel that they need. But you know what? That was a
Mhm.
good knockdown. That is the opening knockdown that Skylight's Gaming has been waiting. But they needed to be
Oh,
wary of Aegon XI8IQQ over here. That is just a mouthful of a name.
yes.
But no fear has taken huge damage. So Mr. Boro needs to give a little bit of space for No Fear to heal. But
Boy.
unfortunately, that nade took him down. And here comes the
Yep.
attack coming from Aegon. And
Hey.
there you go,
Hey.
successfully getting that winner chicken dinner. And right now, it's all been said and done. Aegon Esports taking the crown for match number 4.
For the second time tonight, Red. That is insane. Oh my goodness. Aegon putting a stamp on day number 5 with their second winner chicken dinner. Okay, you know what? We gotta retract our statement. They are the most improved team tonight, Red. As much
Mm,
as I love how ruthless aggressive warriors gave us one heck of a show prior. Aegon is showing us consistency, and that's really what matters here. So great job to Aegon, Red. I am lost for words. I am really done with this
yes.
team.
I just hope it's double placement points for today, Pika, because
Oh
surely
man,
if
that's
if this
40.
was right? If we have like bonus points coming into play for this day, I think pretty much Agon Esports already skyrocketed, into the upper half section of the overalls with a kind of gameplay, and also getting two winner chicken dinners for this day alone. But yes, here we go, ladies and gents. We got the team stats over here. We got 88 IQQQ. Okay, again, this is just so mouthful. I hope we are not
Yeah.
butchering
That's
your
why I
names
call him
so far, but we
IQ.
got three elimination points for this player alone, and we got six elimination for Agon XI 8UZM with 958 damage so far in this game.
And that's really what we needed to see. They're very coy. They didn't really expose themselves that much up until it was really a surefire. So I like the fact that, yeah, UZM right here being the MVP, and again I expected nothing less. Good stuff already from Agon. Red twice tonight, and this is not one
Mm-hmm.
of those teams that we usually bank on to perform this well. If we're gonna be very honest, because if we look at the charts, DRS was actually seventh this time around. So again, they're doing quite a bit of a climb here, folks. So keep your fingers crossed for those of you who are rooting for DRS. Stalwart Esports came in at 12th, and again, these are usually the teams you'd hear for, but here we go, Agon. It is slow clap, Red.
Yes, here we go. 958 again, total damage dealt compared to Karma only H. So far, it's very. I think it's a clear. Obvious output coming from the side of Agon. Of course, if we're gonna go head to head, they'll be the team, or that player will be the ones that performed better. So with like better statistic compared to Karma. But again, we have reached this elimination and damage. Okay, we can see IHC finishing at second place so far with a high damage as well. Agon
Hmm.
Esports coming in at first with high elimination points. So, man, there are a lot of teams that actually performed well so far. Coming off of the bottom half section, especially for the Raging Bulls. I mean, it is a small number of elimination points so far, but we can see that they are really trying hard. To
Hmm.
reach the latter stages of the game and maybe put up a huge number of points. But obviously, when it comes to their gameplay and strategy, they are really struggling.
And I can't say the same, honestly, for, say, SG. I mean, Skylightz Gaming is also doing really well right now, right? So, as we
Hmm.
mentioned, it's been quite a bit since we've seen them this far into the tournament, and despite the fact that they have been going quite on and off in terms of performance, they managed to bag a good 10 points for match number 4 alone for week number 1. So beautiful stuff. Now, of course, without any shock to us, there were a lot of nades used here. So my goodness, 223 just for match number 4, and we saw why, Red. So, and Molana having the longest elimination distance. So uh, we we know for a fact that this game was really one for the books.
Yes, sir. You are right. 53 total knockouts, 6,780 total healing, 14 total rescues. So far, everyone is, carrying their own weight, trying to perform better
Mm,
compared to their previous matches. And so we still would want to see teams to pick up the pace of the game, or like maybe
look at that.
dictate the tempo, right? But Ruthless Aggressive Warriors coming on top with 42 points in total. But just right up behind them, we got the players coming from Agon with 41 points. Karma coming in at third with 35. 29 for IHC. Limit Over goes in to top number 5 with 22 points. Same thing with Raging Bulls. MSX with 19. And top 8 goes to Skylightz Gaming, setting up a total of 18 points.
And again, the ice starts to melt for DRS. They might need to solidify themselves again. It's not a good look so
Mm,
far. A while ago they were at ninth. Now moving down to 10. Care of Train to Kill. So the rest of the teams here, ladies and gentlemen, they're gonna have to grind it out just as hard or even more if they want to survive this onslaught from these teams that we are still in awe are performing this well. So beautiful game number 4 there, Red. And For me, my ice cream already has cherry in it just by seeing how Agon I ate has scored their second winner chicken dinner.
Yes, ladies and gents. And again, this was match number 4. We are now preparing to head on to our match number 5, the second to the last game before we close out this tournament so far. But then again, there's still a lot of chances to go for those quick setups. To go for those quick elimination points as well. But what we need to see right now is a lot of improvement coming from the big names in this tournament. But then
Yeah.
again, ladies and gents, we are taking a short break, so please don't go away.
Nah, fuck that shit. Nah, fuck that shit.
Hey, hustle, hustle, hustle. That's what these teams need to do. I mean, we only have like a few days left to break their limits. Reach for the stars here to get a chance to shine in the PUBG mobile community. Stars by Esports County. Now, this is still Red Queen Gaming together with Pika Lozano taking you where all the action is inside the battlefield.
Okay, so Red, we have just witnessed our first repeater for day number one of week number two or day five of the finals. So Agon I8 just showing us why patience pays off. So this is something that we have always commended the stronger or arguably the more popular teams of the league,
Mm-hmm.
for the past how many days. But it turns out that these teams who are really hungry, who are really out there to prove themselves, they've been showing us
Mm,
one heck of a day already. Now we're moving back to Erangel here, Red. So we know that it's going to be an alternating map day. So let's see if
right.
again the lessons have been taught for the second time around, because this is our fifth game, second to the last. Let's see if these teams will squander off the chance, or will they be able to capitalize on their lessons.
Well, I do hope they learned their lesson. This is probably the last Erangel so far for our day number 5, right? And we are seeing now the flight path starting from the northern side, ending on the southeast part of Erangel. So maybe we'll see like teams. Choosing to drop along a military base as well, or like maybe teams will be dropping around Pachinki and Novo Repnoi. But one thing is for sure, guys. I mean, if I'm gonna be totally honest, I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to
Mm,
expect with the kind of gameplay from these teams. There are, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there are teams that we do expect to actually put up huge number of points. I mean, because they need it, they need to improve their overall stats, right? And there are also those teams that
mm.
needs to actually there are no teams that needs to play
Wow.
passively, right? I mean, I mean,
Mhm.
pretty much we have already even the gameplay or the battlefield, since DRS has already stepped down from the tone as being the top dogs in this competition. And so we would love to see if there were other teams that will try and catch up to be even part of the top 8. I mean, they're not even gunning for the top position now. Just to be included in the top 8 is, I think, is some of the teams, that's their goal. But we already have like a fight happening between Raging Bulls and T2K, Pika.
Yeah, and apart from that, like I also like to point out how we have
Mm.
A1 actually positioning themselves very oddly. They are all the way up to
Boom.
Stalbers, so that's something, Red. So they're up in Stalbers. So again, that's very unusual of an approach. But they could be playing the steady game here. Now this, on the other hand, is not a steady game with Turu Love taking out one of the opposition with an S1897. So again, you use what you can get your hands on. So good stuff right here. The looting has begun for the Bulls. However, Nightmare had to pay the price. He did take out two in the process, however, Red. So but that's already a good start, a notable start for Raging Bulls. Now, here, Agon, still fresh right off their victory, may just be, they just may be taking things slow, playing things by ear, and Agon is currently in Sosnovka, I believe. So this is a hot spot, Red. But again, it doesn't mean they should engage.
So is this a Snovka or yeah, this is the military base, right? So this is again
Hmm.
basically one of the
Pretty
areas
hot,
that
yeah.
needs preciseness, right? Should you choose to parachute here,
Mm-hmm.
of course, you need to be able to get that perfect landing. I mean, this is a hot drop, a
Hmm.
big chance for the other high tier players, to get their hands on some good gears as well. If you guys are willing to risk everything, high risk, high reward, then I mean, it's fairly okay for you guys to consider dropping in this
Oh.
specific area. But from the plane down, you really need to be accurate enough to make sure that you get to the guns first, because this is like very hard for I mean, to defend. But the good side is you'll have high level gears to to
Just like
have
that. Look at
that
this.
advantage against the other opponents, right?
Yeah. Look at where we are here. I mean, just as Red was saying, there's a lot of high quality merchandise here, Red, right, for the taking, and that was really sad for Besmondo, or Esmondo rather. He had drowned, I believe. So that was an unfortunate casualty. So crazy stuff. Now, Train to Kill already out of there with only one elimination, sadly. So again, it's probably not their day, Red, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be so quick to judge because there's still one more game after this, and they just might be able to bounce back. Train to Kill also gave us crazy action earlier, unbelievable action, Red. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just one of those. It's the RNG speaking now with Mortaza taking out someone from BITX. We're looking at, again, as you said, quick action, no room for slacking, and go for those eliminations.
I mean, on the side of A1 Esports, since they are coming back into this match over here, I mean, it has been like a series of unfortunate events, and we still would love to see if they can make some improvements, in terms of gameplay and strategy. But let's put a hold on that one first, because we got Raging Esports over here, right? The Raging Bulls going up against CM. Okay, we can see a lot of nades being thrown, so that will definitely add up to the number of nades that will be used in this specific
Oh.
match. Okay, we got Mr. Black with a good spray down, but of course not still enough to put down any of the players coming from CMF. Now Mr. Black going for that boost. Okay, he
Hey.
had been spotted by II. Okay, probably relaying all the information back to the rest of the team. But CMF getting ready to go for the attack. Okay, we have auto aim over here with all confidence so far to try up
Oh
go up
man.
against the Mr. Black, but Mortaza with a takedown puts them in a disadvantage so far, and all they need to do, the Raging Bulls needs to actually flush out these players coming from CMF and just pick them off one by one.
Here we go. Still in pursuit is Mr. Black. He's not letting these enemies off of his sights. He really wants to get this over with, but let's see if it's gonna be worth it because Raging Bull still has three, again, three members, and Mortaza there. We saw how he's really bloodthirsty. So Mr. Black gets a bit of vengeance.
Boom!
Hey, 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 make that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Mr. Black takes out two in his name. And just like that, CMFZ falls victim to the Raging Bulls. Beautiful stuff right here, Red. And Mortaza, Mortaza right here is showing us why, taking down notes and again, knowing the rocks that you stripped over, that really pays a lot, for their team. So good stuff from Raging Bulls here, and definitely a good start, Red. I'm not gonna finish my statements just yet, but it's already looking to be a good start for the Bulls
Yes,
and the
it's one
Mambas
heck of a
apparently.
start considering the fact that they managed to actually shut down not just one squad but two squads. That was T2K and CMFZ. So we're down to just 14 teams and 51 players remaining. And on the side of what do you call this one? The team, I think they've already managed to put up for the Raging Bulls, 8 elimination points so far in the initial stages of the game. I mean, there's still plenty to go around, but yeah, I think this may be the moment for Raging Bulls, to kind of pick up the
Oh.
pace. But anyway, we got West Point Mamba over here trying to go up against Seventh Element, one of the hard hitters as well inside of this competition. Now we got Mitchie parking his car behind that broken wall, going up for the push. Federals as
Yep.
well, pulling out his DBS over here. Gerald goes down with that nade. Mix also was able to take down Guro in that process. Now this is becoming pretty intense, Pika, because we just don't know who will be knocked down completely or like permanently sent back to the lobby.
There we go. Okay, there we go. As Red was speaking, Seventh Element apparently, Red. They are the. Oh my
Boom!
gosh! Whoa, Federal. I don't know. That was a really fast transition. I just saw somebody really get clipped by that nade. So beautiful stuff. A while ago, Migs was really handing it to the opposition with that Honey Badger. Really good stuff. And here we go. CMFG, I think, has dipped in on the action, but Seventh Element has been sent back home here, right, with no eliminations whatsoever. Care
Mm-hmm.
of, I believe, the Mambas. So Federales, Migs, Gerald still holding their forts. Michi, however, apparently becoming a casualty. Oh
Man.
my gosh, Migs is on his knees here, Red. So not looking good for the Mambas again.
Well, there is still time. Okay, we got Rodi. Just went down in the hands of Federals over here. Now let's see if it can witness like a clutch gameplay coming from West Point Mambas. I mean, it is
Yo.
about time these guys,
Mhm.
pull out their big guns and try to be the big kahunas right now in this situation. But D46 going for that pre-fire. Federals just taking his sweet time, going for that heal, pulls out his DBS yet again, and was able to
Unbelievable.
completely wipe out
Yo.
GSM.
Oh my gosh, Red. Okay, okay, we see. We recognize. Now, believe it or not, West Point Mambas are actually the second highest fragging team right now, Red, with 8 eliminations to their name and taking out 2 squads. Now, they've definitely climbed up a little bit, only tied with RGS, Raging Bulls. So let's see if they might eventually clash. Look at that. Migs had a streak, and care of that freaking honey badger too, Red. I believe that's really what gave makes that edge, and it really stings to get struck by the freaking honey badger. So I like that. I like what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm,
Now here we go.
mm-hmm.
Red Esports Domain takes out Dante. So is he gonna go for multiple kills here? Because Octopus is definitely out of there. Oh, Jarrell! Red, look at what's going on. Look at what's going on.
Oh no. Oh no. They are up against another team. As of this moment, because I mean, there ain't no rest for the weekend. I mean, this team is not even done licking their wounds just yet, and there is another team that
Yep.
is about to challenge them once again inside the battlefield. So it is not very good story, or like not looking good for the side of West Point Mambas. And
And there
also,
it is.
right here on the red esports team, we got Domain X. Will try to go up against bad intentions, and there you go, ladies and gents. I mean, also WPM, just like that, it was the end of the line.
Whoa! What a throw! Okay, that was some billiard stuff from Domain. So a good attempt right there. They've only had 1 elimination so far here, Red, and Domain definitely on the run. He cannot afford to be spotted at all by BITX. And then I think that's it. That pretty much gave away his position, and he may be stacking up on the nades eventually. But for
Oh,
some unusual reason, he's gonna go for a nade instead of actually healing. And wow, he
wow!
takes out 90 degree up from that. Okay, buys him a little bit of time here, Red. So let's see if
Uh-huh,
Domain
uh-huh.
can play Survivor here against the rest of BITX.
Oh, he needs to. He needs to. But you know what? For the side of bad intentions, they need to be careful as well, because A1 Esports up on that hill, taking a position so far, getting all the information as to what's the best approach in this situation. But Domain
Serious?
again with the UMP drop
I
shot, but came short this time. Bad intention winning this altercation against this team. So again, A1 Esports is just right around the corner. Trying to check if it is already safe to actually go for that push. So we're just waiting for A1 to build up that confidence and actually go for the push. And Agon up against the guys of Asian. Now the guys of Asian, with a series of unfortunate events as well, needs to pick up the pace, need to make up for the lost points, and right now they are up against Agon, who has set a bit of momentum so far in this competition. So it's going to be an exciting thing to watch as who will dominate
oh,
this
Aegon
this
again.
engagement.
There it is, Red. Okay, so Aegon Blade is down on his knees, but again, they managed to get a few eliminations. And I like the point you made there, Red.
Mm-hmm.
How about the guys of Asians actually have declined a little bit. They have to play catch up because they kind of slowed down drastically, if I may add, towards the last few games. So this is probably another chance for them to redeem themselves for how we really know them. But Super Andrew takes out Zai from Genesis, and this is again one of those moments that they're gonna come across each other, and maybe, just maybe, Aegon will dip in again and go for those scraps. Now, I was about to say that a while ago. I could not get it off my mind that that exchange by Domain, he survived long enough to actually give him a
Mm-hmm.
second chance. A second chance at probably moving a little longer, at least for placement points. But I think he got a bit too greedy there when he tried to go for a double kill. So I think you know where I'm coming from. So again, that was kind of a regretful moment in my opinion.
Well, you need to get
Oh,
as much
oh.
elimination points so far as you can. I mean, considering the fact that he is left all alone with no teammates whatsoever. I mean, that
Mhm,
was like maybe the moment for him to like go for a clutch gameplay. So that was a
mhm,
risk that he was willing to take. But you know what? It was a good game. Kudos
mhm,
for
mhm.
for the side of Domain. Um, but then again, 9 teams remaining, and we are just at the third phase of the circle. I think the game went by pretty fast so far. There are a lot of teams that
Mm-hmm.
got eliminated during the initial stages, and we are left with just 28 players with a minute and 15 seconds on the clock. So we are having a bit of ceasefire coming from the teams. Okay, I mean they
Mm-hmm.
are right there, just settling inside their respective compounds so far. Everyone is trying their best, of course, to get the information, to get all of the intel, and probably decide on which rotations to take and which battles to take as well. I mean, they need to be careful though, because again, this is already week number 2, and every step that they make will definitely, like either help them or like break them in the overall scoreboard. Okay, high voltage, high
Mm-hmm.
voltage. In a way, this guy says still pretty much has been performing okay. I'm not saying
Yeah,
great, I'm
yeah.
not saying bad as well,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
they are trying to match up, the kind of energy that the other teams are putting inside the battlefield. They try to match up their power as well. Sometimes, they are successful in getting those elimination points, and sometimes they are at the losing end. But again, this
Yeah.
is this is how you play battle royale, and so far
Mm-hmm.
we're just waiting to see it who, or like which of these teams will dominate and conquer the battlefield, now that we are already at the second to the last game right here, day number 5.
And it's also worth noting here, Red, that Esmondo, I believe, from earlier,
Mm-hmm.
he was not actually a point. He did not grant any team an elimination point because he actually
Oh
drowned. So
man.
it's kind of like a blessing in disguise in a way, because that casualty did not give anybody any favors. Okay, here we go. Now look at the
Right.
patience, the ambush right here from high voltage, really paying off
Mm-hmm.
dividends. However, I think A1 more than capable of averting the crisis. Here we go.
Oh, there
And
you go.
just like that, the momentum and experience of A1
Mm-hmm.
just really put high voltage in their place, Red. As much as we'd want to commend them for that effort, it was a
Yes.
blowout. That raid by A1 was literally the
Oh.
solution that they had to do off of that ambush. Good stuff from high voltage, but sadly they have been booted out of this, and we're back. We are back to the usual suspects. Red. We have Agon, we have
Mhm.
SG, which is again still here, alive and
Yes.
kicking. We have Karma. We have
Yeah.
Raging Bulls. We have YG, A1, BIT, and so on. So we have about 8
Well,
teams left, halfway through the game here, Red. And you know what? I like what I'm seeing. This is a
right.
very random game, if I may. Like we will never know who's actually gonna stay.
Yes, sir. And A1
Up.
Esports, they know that they need to double up on the aggression so far that they are displaying in this competition. But
Mhm.
this is a very complicated circle, Pika. I mean, pretty much are going to be teams are going to be gathered up along the coastline right here, just below the
Mhm.
bridge. But we've got, we've got this big body of water just right there in the middle,
Mhm.
and teams are now being forced to actually engage. And I think this is where the pandemonium is about to start, because pretty
Mhm.
much everyone is very near within each other.
That's right. They have to channel their inner amphibians here, Red, because this looks like it's gonna land where it where no one's gonna stay dry. You know what I mean? So this is gonna be a problem for these 6 remaining
Mhm.
teams. But I could say more so for Genesis Esports, that with only 2 members remaining and only 1 elimination, the scoreboard is not on their side, but definitely not the survivability. It could go either way. Now with A1 having 1 member down, I believe that's a King 9. This again might
Mhm.
mess up their positioning because they do have to pick him up.
Oh.
Now, oh my gosh, Sketch is being chased here, ladies and gentlemen. Now this is very close quarters. Okay, just missed him by a bit because of that smoke, and that actually did cost him. Is he gonna finish? Yes, he
Man.
does. Okay. What survival instincts from Sketch there? Okay, okay, we see you. That takes out Bonplay Sama, and look at this
Oops.
exchange, Red.
Uh-oh.
We are beeping so much over here on the kill feed. Now he hears an
Oh.
opposition. He's gonna go for a bit of a loot. Oh! The
Oh,
blade! Over
man.
the fence
Well,
there. Takes out Sketch, and that's it. Red, that is it. A1 is gone.
Well, it's okay. Before they left I mean, this match, they were able to put up a high number of kill points. So I think it is
Me
okay.
too.
It's a fair gameplay coming from the side of A1 Esports. You know what? But we've mentioned this. I mean, a lot of these teams will be forced to engage with one another. I mean, considering the kind of zone that we have for now,
Oh,
Agon Esports going up against Skylightz Gaming, and we can see that two of the players already down. So it's just Blade and Grind tandem defending Agon against the Skylights. Now, both of the teams are going for that quick reset. No Fear has just
oh no.
reloaded his gun, went in for the push. Now we got 8i QQ over here with
Oh,
that
that's it.
DPS. Let's see if he can take down, or like if he can maybe shut down the attack coming from Skylightz Gaming. Now I just wonder if they have nades left in this competition, because I mean, this is the perfect time for them to use those nades to flush out this last or this player coming from Agon. Here comes the attack! Here comes attack
Oh
with
no.
the M4. Oh no, I don't know why he switched guns, but I think DPS was the perfect gun to use in that altercation.
Hey!
And
Whoa.
right now, Grind sealing the deal, getting that kill point as well. Oh my goodness, that was just like intense and wonderful to watch at the same time.
Man, we forgot that Grind was still there. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was cool. That was cool. I like that. That was a very, very anticlimactic end for the journey of A1. So I loved it. I love it. Okay, here
Oh
we go.
man.
Now, our last four teams here, we have Karma Esports with their one remaining member. Genesis managed to survive this long, by the way, Red. And I would say the same for, of course, Agon. Agon, I'd say they still have a bit of heat coming from their last couple games, especially after that chicken dinner. So I love it. I like what I'm seeing there. Now, are they going to push for the loot here, I would say, for YG? Because they are the strongest team so far with three remaining members and a good enough number of eliminations here with 6. So it's a matter of time before again the need to survive kicks in for Yangon Galacticos. And Red, this is what we were talking about, the pressure that befalls these teams because of how this circle is gonna land. That is definitely a tactical disadvantage for whoever is closer to the water. So here we go. Oh, that's Spike. Spike is the last member remaining and channeling the inner Fast and Furious in him. He bolts on out of there, trying to get into survival mode now. Here we go, Red. Let's see who amongst these last healthier teams is going to push.
Okay, here we go. Genesis Esports, your Southeast Asia wildcards champion, already taking a bit of like a distance,
What?
from the teams that's left inside this match. Cute Loki from Yangon Galactics. Now it is also very good to see that YG has reached this far, and again, this is the first time in a long time that I've seen Yangon Galacticos reach stage number 5 of this tournament, and so it's amazing to see that they also manage quite a number of points as well. Now, Genesis Esports with just 3, players that actually went inside the game, and now they have already 1 casualty. So that's West Carey and Master Smile. That's all left, for Genesis Esports. And right now, Yangon Galacticos knows exactly where they are at the moment. And they have been throwing those nades, and they have been giving off that damage, but so far not yet enough, to take down any of the players coming from Genesis Esports. Now, Agon taking their sweet time as well, Pika. I mean, they are far from the safe zone. They are not getting inside just yet. But you know what? They are letting these teams fight each other off. They're letting these teams just be busy with each other, and maybe they're gonna sweep in at the right moment to take those kills for themselves.
That's right. And again, this is pretty interesting, Red, because this is a very, very tough spot to be in for the last circle. Come stage 7 here, this is gonna be mayhem. Absolute chaos for all these teams, because look at how this terrain is. Everyone is within everybody's line of sight. No one is safe here, Red. So a lot of the utilities can come into play, specifically on the side of Yangon Galacticos, because they are still on good land. This is what I was talking about. Now with Agon here, I know they've been spotted, and there's not really that many spots in the water that you can actually take cover with. So this is very, very tricky. Now IQQ still alive here as well as Grind. So if Agon manages to withstand this, my goodness, Red, this is going to be their 3rd chicken dinner for the day. Now Spike, for some weird reason, is still alive. And I am not jinxing that at all, but he is definitely holding on there for Karma Esports. Now, Oh, there it
And
is. West Carry takes out Loki, but then got traded on by Super Andrew. Red.
yes, and Romeo Boy and the rest of Yangon Galacticus. Those, I mean, that player who's very near the shore so far. I don't think he even
Mhm.
knows that Spike is just right there on prone, waiting for that right opportunity to take him down, right? But anyway, 33% of the winning chance goes to Agon I8 because they said, well, they still have like two members, inside the team. Now Romeo goes down once again, so it's Super Andrew
Oh,
and
that's
Cute
it.
Loki left for the team now. Oh, Karma goes out now, Pika.
Mhm. Definitely, Spike has been again finally found. I would dare say so, and that was a good valiant effort. Here we go. Now IQQ takes out Romeo Boy in the process. Now we're left with the last three teams, and Genesis Esports.
Oh,
Defin Wow! Oh my goodness. Okay. So here we go. IQQ again redeeming himself from what happened to him earlier, and Grind still not far from him. Nades! Master Smile!
what?
Oh my gosh, a taste of Smile's own medicine. Oh my. I
Right?
remember his wonderful, wonderful. Oh my goodness. Okay. His wonderful
Well,
performances from earlier, that's insane.
well, we may be looking at the third winner chicken dinner for the
Are you
side
serious right
of
now?
Agon
Are you
Esports.
serious?
Yeah, this is a 2v1 situation so far against Super Andrew of Yangon Galacticus, and now we got Agon. Oh, it looks like 8 QQ over here is going for
Oh
the
my
loot. Of
goodness.
course, he needs to refresh everything. He needs a good set of
Andrew.
gears to go up against Super Andrew. Now, I don't know what Super Andrew is going to do in this situation. I mean, the anxiety might be
That's
high.
it.
Oh,
That
from
is it. Oh
behind.
my gosh.
He got caught sleeping right there behind that rock. Good spot coming from the side of Agon Esports, therefore winning their
Oh.
third chicken dinner of the night. And what did I tell you, PK? I mean, they're just gonna let those teams fight each other off, eliminate each other, and then they're just gonna like sweep in at the right moment and take the kills themselves, finish the job, and get the WWC. And that's exactly what happened. So good game, well played on the side of Agon Esports.
Oh my. Red, this is a record so far for the finals. Never mind DRS, never mind Stalwart, never mind Ruthless Warriors. Agon right now, so far, Red, is on everybody's sights. Three-time chicken dinner tonight. And I am not going to get tired of reading their very, very consonant filled names here because this is really something for them to brag about with IQQQ.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to read that out loud straight up with 5 eliminations, inflicting immense amount of damage. And you know what, Red? Take it away. I told you I have had it with this team. I am so done with Aegon in a good
I
way.
mean, right. I mean, considering the fact that we have big names in this tournament, I mean, we are expecting like a massive gameplay, like a brutal gameplay coming from all of the teams, and Aegon Esports
Hmm.
bringing in or like getting three winner with a chicken dinners in one night. It's so amazing. I mean, if we're talking about like power in the battlefield, so much, Aegon Esports is bringing it right to us. It's staring us right in the face, because
Hmm.
but most valuable player goes to 8IQQQ with 5 elimination points so
Of
far.
course.
45.45% contribution with 606 damage inside the battlefield.
Definitely, that is more than enough IQ for IQQ here, Red, because those big brain plays are definitely most rewarding
Mm-hmm.
for Aegon. And I, oh my gosh, I am still in awe. If I'm gonna be blunt, I cannot believe my eyes. So, again, this goes without saying, Red, that momentum really is. It's an avalanche. It will go off at the very top and just plow everybody in its path, and that's exactly what Aegon did just right now, Red. So again, good stuff. Now, close to him is No Fear. We've seen those attempts as well from No Fear earlier from Skylightz Gaming. So good head to head that we're seeing here. Barely any difference except for survival time, obviously, on the side of Aegon. So, Red, what else do you have to say for this team except for wow?
Um, well, what can I say? I mean, speaking of head to head, my head is already aching because, well, there are a lot of teams that are really performing great. I mean, there's Agon number one with three chicken dinners, right? There's also the Raging Bulls who have been like picking up the pace and kind of like flowing
Mhm.
the vibe so far in the battlefield. And there's also what was the team a while ago? The Karma and there was a team who actually put out 38 elimination points so far. What
Yeah,
was
that was
that?
raw.
What
That was raw.
raw, ruthless, aggressive
Yeah,
warriors, right?
yeah,
So I mean, it's like I'm casting a different tournament peak. I mean, week number one is
exactly.
so different from week number two. I mean, the teams that really did well during week one I mean, they are now the ones that are kind of like fading out from glory. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like,
Yes.
we've seen like a huge slowdown, coming from those hard hitting teams so far. And there you go again, Agon with 21 points for match number five, Yangon Galacticus with 13, Skylightz Gaming coming in at third with 9 points, and same with A1 Esports. Now, again, we are still waiting because we've mentioned this a while ago that A1 Esports have had a lot of upsets. The zones have not been favoring
Mhm.
them, and it's almost quite impossible for the whole team to get to the latter stages of the game. I mean, they are being picked off, so far with the choice of bad rotations. I just hope that they can come out from all of this. I mean, maybe try
Mhm.
and do an effective gameplay as well on how to best approach each situation. But then again, we've mentioned as well that A1 Esports has been around for quite a while, and they already know what to do. But then again, this is the final week. I mean, we're talking about the final days where you can make a difference, in this
Mhm.
competition. I think the same concern or like same sentiments goes with the DRS as well. I mean, they are kind of like moving down
Oh,
the overall
speaking
standing
of,
so far, right?
oh my gosh, and there it is, Red. Without a shadow of a doubt, here we go. Agon with a whopping 62 total points here to start things off. Our day one of week number two for the finals, followed very closely, of course, by Raw with 42. But not necessarily, it's not necessarily an easy task for anybody to chase because that's a 20-point gap from Agon to Raw, and everybody else is just within arm's reach. So Karma with 40,
Hmm.
then Raging Bull has 31, 29 for IHC, SG with 27, YG with 23, and Limit Over with 22. Now, Red, I'm going to skip the rest of the teams real quick so that we can point out how DRS plummeted 3 places down to number 13, coming off of number 10, where T2K now stands.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
And
man.
again, you know what? For the teams, I mean, these are all like titans, right? The powerhouses. That's why it is called like the community stars for the PUBG mobile. But then again, there will be teams that are higher ranking as compared to the other teams, and so we would love to see uh, those teams actually put down or shut down um, uh, an even more like a bigger titan. I don't know how else to explain it
Yeah.
to you guys, but yes, this is everyone is really like heavyweights, when it comes to playing
Mm.
PUBG Mobile. But then again, if it will come down to ranking, of course, you know what? It's the number of points that they have set up on the scoreboard. That's all that it's going to matter so far in every tournament that these guys are going to be joining. But then again, you know what? We will continue on talking about what happened from game one up to game number five because we are about to head to our final match this evening, ladies and gents. So I do hope you guys are already prepared because you can now grab your snacks before we end day number
Mhm.
five. But don't go away because Red Queen Gaming and Pika Lozano will be back after a short break.
shit. No, fuck that shit.
It all boils down to this, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the potential conclusion of the saga of Agon. However, it is not over for a lot of these teams now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 6 for the PMCS Day 5, week number 2 finals. And bringing you the action before all this is drawn to an end is Pika and Red Queen Gaming. Now, Red, we just saw a
Mm-hmm.
very, very dominant performance from Agon for the past 3 chicken dinners that they had. Now, is anybody going to stand in their way, or is this freight train just going to
Oh.
keep on going?
Well, we don't know, but the one thing is for sure they are on a big momentum so far, and we're just looking to see if they can
Mhm.
actually close their fourth winner chicken dinner of the evening. But so far, it has been like all about good positions, good timing, and best of all, good mood. I mean, these are just some of the ingredients you need to stir up a good win in every match. I mean, we are playing 6 matches a night, ladies and gents, and so this is a battle of endurance as well. Final game, guys. We are excited to see who will dominate this final match, and it is set up to be in the hot desert of Miramar. Now, maybe at the end of this day, EC will release the overall scores, but if not, don't forget to subscribe to A1 Gaming Esports page to stay in the loop of action inside the PUBG mobile community stars. And also, please don't forget to show your casters some love as well. We are very easy to find on Facebook. Just type in Red Queen and Pika Lozano and follow us as well. But right now, Pika, the flight path we can
Mhm.
already see on the screen. It has started on to the northern
Mhm.
side, going down south. I think this is the first time for me to see this kind of plane path so far. I mean, it's pretty much right there in the middle. So I mean, we got all of the teams right here. They have the freedom, to go to their desired locations. Maybe we can see some alterations in terms of gameplays, in terms of their hot drops as well. But yes, we can see pretty
Oh,
much that Los Leones will be
wow.
crowded, with a
Mhm.
number of teams that we have so far in that specific area. Now, this is not a very good start on the side of DRS. Now, Delta getting that golden Mirado out of that garage.
Okay.
Oh man, that cost him his life, a very expensive one.
Oh man. Okay. Fast but not furious enough, Delta, but good stuff right there. And now Hitman from A1 has already started taking names, and since we're still here, pretty early on here, Red, I would say that because since Agon has been putting on a lot of work and we've been seeing them today primarily, we just like to clarify that I don't think that Agon is in any way an inferior team compared to everybody. I think
Right.
that goes with you too. It's just that they haven't been this dominant for the past number of days, right? So that's one of the reasons why we brought up the fact that they are really turning up compared to how these teams are. So in no way do we
Mm-hmm.
underestimate or do we undermine the way that Agon is. It's just that this momentum is unbelievable. Now, speaking of momentum, A1 may have had a few like a few good moments every now and then, especially Hitman, but right now Sinister
Oh,
is not in a very good spot. And I'd say the same for Sketch here, Red.
okay, here we go. Sketch just pulled out his Uzi over here. Oh, he has that complete
Yep, yep,
attachment
yep.
so far. He has 35 bullets in that mag, so this makes an even more effective Uzi for a CQC fight. But Sketch,
Mhm.
Pika, he is the lone wolf for A1 Esports.
Oh no.
Another bad start, for the side of A1. I mean, when will this
Ow! Ow!
end?
Oh, okay. Well, yep. That's it. That's the end right there, Red. Sadly, but it's not the way that
Oh
you would want to
man.
go. So A1 already given an early exit here for game number 6. Now, I'd say the same because DRS, Red, this is what we were talking about. Even the most decorated of them all can fall in the hands of a
No.
team with the right resources, the right positioning, and the will to win. Now, here we go. Desert right there from MABATEX. This is the first time we're seeing them today, Red, by the way. So has already taken one
Ay,
out
ay,
care of
ay.
the S626. Now high voltage still sadly I would dare say that this is not a good look from them already. This is pretty odd, all things considered. Now okay, so Amura Chili. We haven't seen that name for quite a bit. So Mabitex already has a good number of basically like a couple of names under their belt. So let's see what the rest of the teams are up to.
I cannot believe my eyes, probably because I hate goodbyes. And considering the fact that we are looking at the Titans who
DRS, dude.
actually exited the game, I mean, DRS, the guys
Mhm,
of Asian A1 Esports, oh my goodness. I mean, what just happened? I mean, is this
mhm.
really what is happening so far in our final match? I mean, this is just too good to watch, ladies and gents. And HV High Voltage Domination Crew has been sent back to the lobby as well. So far, we are just a few minutes into the game, Pika. Even just a few seconds into the game, and we are looking at four
Hmm.
team eliminations. I mean, it's
Yep.
the game is really going by fast. But anyway, another fight is brewing, and this time coming from Genesis Esports and CMF, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm. And again, these teams, as we mentioned, this is their last game for the day. So I kind of don't blame them for
Ooh,
picking up the pace. Speaking of which, there it is, auto aim with a nade to take out a berserk, I believe, or zerk, if I read that
right.
properly. So this is insane
Three.
already. So CMF
Mm-hmm.
already lost eye high, but okay, there's an ambush right there. I think that's a good relay of information.
Boom.
Now, okay, here we go. Now, NB needs to again get out there and dodge. Best fist, basically fist boy right there, taken out by Elite Easy from CMF, and not looking good. Auto aim takes out Sek right there, and again, Red very early on. All these points they really matter. Maybe the challenge has been issued care of ruthless aggressive warriors from earlier because the 38 points that they garnered from that one game alone is really absolutely intimidating.
Yes, and I thought CMF was actually having a fight with what was that team? I think they were having a fight with Genesis Esports, but that was a triple X,
Mhm.
from that engagement. But anyway, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors now up against Genesis. Again, we're talking about just three players on the side of Genesis Esports, but they have been, quite aggressive still and picking up elimination points as well. Now, I think on the side of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, I think this is already a fair fight considering the fact that they are down with just three players as well. And just look at how many kill points Genesis Esports was able to put up. Five eliminations
Mhm.
points so far. And they are looking out to get some more. You know what? They are kill hungry at this point in this
Mhm.
competition. And considering the fact that we've mentioned a while ago that these are the champions coming out from the Southeast Asia wildcard, the PMPL. And I mean, we would love to see that kind of power, brought inside. I mean, brought into this game. I mean, I just wonder if they can completely eliminate everyone out of this game. But right now, let's see if they can
Mhm.
dominate this altercation
Yep.
with or against the ruthless aggressive warriors.
So we just saw how Master Smile has a lot of momentum on his side. This is again one of these moments wherein the player could really enter a flow state and just annihilate everyone in his path. And there we go. Basically MABATEX already on the high ground here, folks. They know what's up. They know that some of these teams are duking it out on the ground below. So it's uh it's one of those moments that they have to capitalize. Not many players actually get to the high ground and stay there. So this is going to be very tricky. I would say for the rest of these teams to overtake MABATEX as early as stage one, and with 40 seconds remaining. So Smile now has to find a way to go through the
Hmm.
fence. Yeah, there we go, and probably pick up West Carry. They cannot afford this casualty at all right now. A few more seconds here, and he'll be able
Oh
to pick him up.
man.
Oh boy,
Yes,
MABATEX though.
here we go. Yes, here we go. And the fight has
Smile.
already started, ladies and gents. You know what? This is a MABATEX Esports. This is
Ow!
I don't know what is going to happen, but MABATEX is in a little bit of a pickle if you're going to ask me. But okay, Desert is still alive, going up for that quick kill over there. And trust me, has been throwing a lot of nades. I thought he will opt to go for that reset and maybe pick up his teammate over there to go for like a much higher firepower before he get into another fight with those remaining players. But then again, he went for the solo gameplay and actually tried to clutch
Yeah.
that. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Now we got CMF over here with three players remaining, putting up a total of 4 elimination points so far. You guys don't want to overextend. Pretty much
Hmm.
you are already part of the blue zone. But then again, if you overextend in Miramar, it's gonna be hard for you to go for the rotation. It's gonna hurt, if you stay long inside the blue zone, and we just know that this map is big. And the longer that you are in the blue zone, the more that it's going to affect your HP. And it's going to be hard if you somehow cross paths with, another squad inside or like maybe at the edge of the circle. So, you're going to be immediately put at a disadvantage.
Hmm. Speaking of disadvantage, I think that also goes for MS, basically MSX. because they're way outside the safe zone or the playable zone. But again, it's really early, so I think they can still withstand a little bit of that Aurora Borealis damage. Now here we go. T2K getting a few kills in there with an M762. I'd say the same for Stalwart Esports is near Z. So I think this is a steady pace. Red Queen, not so much of engagement that's a bit overwhelming, but at the same time, I understand why they're doing this. It's look at this Doki just really jumping into enemy territory here with little to no backup whatsoever. So let's see if he's ready for an ensuing ambush care of BITX, care of bad intention. So there it is. Everybody's hands are up in the air, making sure that they have pulled the pin. And this is gonna be my
No!
goodness, Red. That definitely one for the taking there for Doki. But action trades out one Malik from Raw, and Jiggle does the same. Doki goes after BITX. More of these members just all over the place, Red. This is
What?
not this is not for the faint of heart.
Yes, I love the fact that they're so accurate with the names so far. But here comes the raw aggressive Warriors going up against STE. Was able to put down
Okay,
IC
okay.
in that exchange. But then again, you know what? Sky is currently down, but there is still time, to go for that quick pickup before Tops heads towards their way or maybe crash their compound because, well, he would want to avenge his fallen comrade. But, it's going to be tough. But there you
Hey,
go. Tops was able to knock
no,
down
no.
one. That's Jiggle from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. But then again, that was a good follow through. That was a good backup, from his teammate. And Tops just kind of like faded out, just became a tombstone right there. And Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, oh man, this is not looking too good. Although they've managed to put up 7 elimination points, Jiggle, was totally or like knocked out of this game. So it's just Sky that's left for the team, and now he is the last hope, like Luke Skywalker.
Okay, you know what, Red? I am quick to be proven wrong here because it looks like these teams are really stepping on the
Man,
gas. Oh my! Ruthless aggressive warriors gone at number 7, and just like that, Red, we are at stage 2. Can you believe it? And we're down to 6 teams. So they are not holding back anymore, Red. So this is one again. This is one game too fast, if I may. But I understand completely. They don't wanna. They don't wanna exert too much effort, too much mental strain anymore in trying to survive this. This is more of a hunt
yes.
than it is for a hide and seek. So these players they're gonna go for it. I don't think they're gonna be sticking around a little too long anymore because the longer they last or maybe the longer they hide, the more breathing room
Mm,
and resource advantage these other teams may have. Speaking of resources, look at how T2K is currently at the one of the healthiest positions and one of the best statistical looking teams right now with three members still in three eliminations and four members still intact rather, and CMFZ, one member down, but with one elimination higher.
you know what? Seriously, these teams are not even wasting any time, to go for that, to go for those engagements. Guys, we're talking about 6 teams remaining and 23 players alive, and we're just inside the third phase of the circle over here. And T2K looking to get, an altercation set up against the Limit Over. But you know what? For the side of Limit Over, they are pretty much scattered around the map so far. And again, Miramar, you don't want to stay long out there in the open because you don't know who might go up, like behind your back or like which teams are in a better position. There might be, another team just lurking around the area and just waiting for that right opportunity to knock you out, or maybe like do a third party thing, against these two teams that have been fighting. But so far, Doki. Okay.
Hey.
Tried to go up against Limit Over, but wasn't able to actually spot any of them or like maybe inflict a little
Mhm.
bit of damage. But IHC surprisingly has managed to go up this far with a complete set of players, but you do not pick your head. You do not show your
Hey.
head to XMPL over here. Trained to kill now, going up for that rapid spray down with that MP. Let's see if he can actually get the job done, but he is waiting for
Mhm.
some
Oh
sort of
boy.
backup to happen, and he needs to actually conceal his position a bit because he's pretty much exposed right there behind where
Mhm.
some of the players from Limit Over is staying right at the moment.
Oh man, Red, just like that, we looked away for a few seconds and the limit over already now at a huge manpower deficit. They're now 2-2, only with one elimination. They hang on this long, and I think long is also subjective at this point because it's only stage 3. And we have narrowed
Right.
down our 16 teams. We are 10 teams gone. And this action is a little too close for comfort now. With a train to kill, I think they have one of the best chances of surviving this entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, okay, I jinxed it. I absolutely jinxed it. I hate myself. There it is, 7th element, 16, putting one more member of T2K, specifically Doki, down his knees. And he is not in a very good position as well. He read no one
Right.
nearby is going to be able to salvage him. So he's most
Hey.
likely a slab of meat out in the open at this point.
What?
And there's still a bit of a jog for these players to get inside because Los Leones, it's a really really open space. But as soon as you get in, you will have access to a lot of these compounds, these buildings, for you to take refuge in. But at this point, Red, I
Yes, sir.
think the players are a bit too overzealous by staying outside the playable zone. I think they're really gonna go for the elimination points. Granted that this is the last match, so
Right.
I don't know. Let's see how bloodthirsty they can get.
I don't even feel like there will be teams that will be successful in getting inside Los Leones at this point because
Right?
I feel like they want to finish this game, I
Yeah.
really do. IHC going up against seven elements, and again, this is happening right outside the safe zone. Okay, we already have one player that's down, Godless, on his knees. Demo, Joel, Alex, 3 players remaining on the side of IHC, but there's still a chance though to go for that quick revive, but it's going to take some while since Alex has now been
Hey!
shut down as well. Now here comes Demo with that
Okay.
rapid spray down. Oh, empties the mag, but not connecting anything. Now we got 7 element
Oh,
boarding up
what is
the
that?
monster truck over here, but so have. Oh my goodness, that was a good vehicular explosion right there, courtesy of Demo of IHC. Now 7 element
Okay.
just went out of the game.
Look at Demo just really getting out of the crime scene. that was a beautiful display there from Demo with 3
Right.
eliminations to his name. and, yeah, I
And
mean,
Demo be like,
the
oh,
good.
no, you're not gonna go anywhere.
Yep. I literally just gets away with murder for that. So here we go. He gets himself on a bit of a again. He has a good monster truck in his disposal. So
Mhm.
this is again a good start again for Demo, or at least a good regroup for Demo here, Red Queen. So this is looking really good for IHE, and I'd say the same for T2K. I thought that Doki was a goner for sure. But again, with the good efforts of his teammates, I find this really, really amusing that T2K is alongside IHC with the highest frags, and MSX just really close behind, waiting for whoever gives in first.
All right, here we go. 5 teams remaining, 16 players alive, 4th phase of the circle. And we can pretty much see that IHC Esports has a good line of sight against the players of MS and T2K as well. But he needs to be careful. Demo is pretty much exposed as well, coming from the side of MSF2D. Okay, I mean, Miramar, we all know that this is pretty much like an open space, so you need to take advantage of those ridges so far. And XMPL did a very big mistake and now finds himself out of this competition. Okay, 3 players remaining on the side of T2K, trained to kill. Now, let's see, Doki finds Johnny just right
It's
outside
godless.
of that safe zone. Bigger, right? It's gonna be hard for him to actually get inside that safe zone. He is gonna keep them at bay. IHC now they need to prepare because Doki is coming in and he doesn't have that much space anymore to move around.
Yes. Not to mention resources not on his side here.
Boom!
He's one good heal away. Now Doki still manages to take Zhol out from IHC. This is very interesting. Okay, gunfight for gunfight. Oh, he had to reload. Now Godless takes advantage now with the M249. Demo not far behind. Is he gonna be able to avenge the remainders of his team? Oh my gosh, MSX.
Wow.
Still looking quite healthy, but look at this. Everyone is on their knees. As I mentioned, Red, it is absolute pandemonium. It is chaos. Absolute chaos
Right.
here. Oh,
What?
Ow, Falcon! Off of the top! And Ziol killed himself! Red, what's going on?
I, I was about to say IHC was showing up today for our final match tonight at day number 5, but I guess I spoke too
Okay,
soon. But
moving
anyway, we are
along.
left with 3 teams: MS, CMC, CMFZ, and Limit Over fighting to get that final piece of that chicken dinner, ladies and gents. So let's see what is going to happen as now MSX prepares to get inside the circle and probably take a good position, so far, since we're talking about last few zone. And it's gonna be a little bit difficult since we got players on the top of that unfinished building over there, from the side of CMF. And he can see, the moment SMX or MSX decides to get inside the safe zone. I mean, he has all the information. The road is pretty open, and it will be easy for auto aim. Of course, he want to live up to his name right there. Auto aim means that you're going to be sent back to the lobby the moment that you expose yourself. So let's see if it's going to be true.
All right. Good assessment there. Red. Okay, so here we go. Now MSX are still again they're still pretty healthy, and in terms of medical resources, sure, Taycan or Taycan may not have much just yet, but I'm pretty sure that again his aim, his game sense will definitely be useful at this point. And CMFZ, we've seen how they've also given us really good moments, especially I high, so that's still
Mm-hmm.
something to be very wary of. And positioning wise, I think the circle really is no longer gonna be very forgiving at this point, Red. It's stage 5,
Yeah.
and these compounds will definitely test your eyesight. Oh my gosh, look at
See,
where auto aim is. He is
like
literally on
I
top of a skyscraper here.
said.
And it is, yeah, exactly. It's one of those moments wherein for a fact that you have to make these shots count. As you said, it all boils down to your sight, to your accuracy. So
if it
limit
doesn't if
over.
it doesn't get
I'm
anything.
surprised. Oh boy,
Right,
yep.
there you go.
It looks like he
See,
does
see for
this. He
oh,
does.
what? What? He missed that part? No way, Pika. No way. Did you just see the amount of opportunity for auto aim to take down or to assume 2 points from that spray down? He
Oh man,
completely missed
and he
to do
jumped.
that one.
Why did he abandon that spot? Oh my goodness, this is a very questionable call from Auto 8. Not only did he waste again, as you said, that opportunity to at least take out one of the opposition who went down from that vehicle, he came down from his post as well. That might be costly here, Red. Again, I don't want to jinx anything, but wow, very questionable from Auto 8. I am not so sure what
Well,
that was, Red.
Well, we don't know. I mean, maybe it will work best if he is not at the top of the world so far. But yes, MSX, CMF, and Limit Over now in stage number 6, right inside Miramar, fighting again to get that final chicken dinner, ladies and gents. Auto aim after giving up that higher ground, boosting up, preparing himself to go all out for this final battle with the 3 teams
Mhm.
remaining. Okay, this is some sort of a Mexican standoff happening between these 3 teams. Power getting all the information, getting all of the intel. Of course, they need to be
Mhm.
able to extract everything out of this situation, Pika, because that will probably be the key on how to win this whole thing.
And as much as we haven't been seeing them turn up, I gotta give it to Limit Over here, Red, because this is also quite a predicament that they have. It's a problem, but it's a good problem to have. At this point, they already secured themselves some placement points.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, very very low on eliminations, but should they be able to secure this for whatever miraculous decision they might come up with, to take out two
Mm-hmm.
teams with 3 members each, and arguably with a huge amount of resources, this could be again heaven sent for Limit Over. Now, at this point, you said to yourself that it's this is they have to be very cautious. So every single
Right.
bit of sound, every peak they have to take advantage of that. No, okay, so
Okay.
nitrogen here with a bit of smoke.
Yes.
Maybe he intends to cross. Uh,
Yes.
is it safe to assume that he would probably want to go again across the street or maybe to another compound? I don't know. Let's see if he's really going for a push. See, that's what we're talking about.
Not really, push per se, but he needs to get inside the safe zone. That's why they needed to cross they needed to
Yeah.
cross the street. But now that
Hmm.
they were able to do so, okay, they have a fighting chance to go up against the final teams right inside this safe zone. Okay, we still got Taken over here. I don't see why they have the best winning possible chance in this final round, considering the fact that they are in between. They are pinned in between CMF and limit over. But then again, it all goes down to the execution and the proper communication within the team. But maybe, just maybe, MSX have the advantage since they still have like a complete set of players. Same thing with no, like three players so far. Okay,
Hmm.
we still got that number advantage. So, man, it is difficult to call out anything, but they need to do a massive cleanup, right? They are the team that is pretty
Hmm.
much so close with limit over, and if they want to assume two more points, they need to go over where limit over is and start doing the killing.
Yeah, true that. And the funny thing here, Red, is that before we entered stage 7, the entire game had a really abrupt tempo. This entire match had slow moments, it had quick moments, it had a bit of both. And but now I think, as you mentioned, we're going traditional ranked game, method, if I may, because this is one of those situations wherein you cannot afford to risk being greedy. So, channel your inner strength if you're ever claustrophobic, but you're gonna have to put up with another couple teams, no matter who you are. And yes, we are seconds away. This is stage 8, Red. This far forward into match number 6. Not
Okay.
only will you need to come closer, but definitely you cannot risk
Oh
staying outside the
man.
winnable zone. It is going to extinguish your life in seconds.
You know what? Doctor Strange will be a big help right now. I mean, he has the power to actually look over a lot of probabilities that's going to happen, inside the game. Right now, everyone is still safe because they have the comfort of the compounds that's
Over.
in here inside Los Leones. Oh, but right now we already have one player that's knocked down coming from the side of limit over. Now this is somewhat
Oh,
like a big break on their defenses so far, and now we got a lot of exchange happening. Even Bolana finds himself on his knees right at this moment, Pika, and so
yes.
anything can happen, between MSX and F2D. Limit Omer is still alive and Keegan is still trying to, survive the situation. Auto aim goes down in the
Oh
hands
my.
of Falcon. Nitrogen goes down in the hands of Elite, and now we are seeing a lot of exchange happening. A lot of rapid spray down, especially coming from Taken over here.
Okay.
Oh, he gets damage. He is not backing down.
No. Oh my goodness, Red CMFZ just might be able to close this out. Look at these odds. Now down to our last two teams. Limit over. We have one member remaining. Go. Oh my gosh, that's it, Red. He's in a pinch.
Whoa!
That is it. CMF closes out the last game of the day. 2 versus 1. And they take home the
Well,
winner chicken dinner. Wonderful stuff.
I
Wonderful showing. So you did say
I,
so.
I,
You
I,
did say
I
so.
called it out. I called it out. I called it out. That
You
I
did.
did
You did.
understand why MSX has the best chance of winning that final battle between those three teams, because they were not in a very good spot. They were actually sandwiched in between those two teams, and it
Mm-hmm.
will be very hard for them to go outside or like leave their comfort zone at the moment, considering that everyone is actually inside a building. Now, the moment the
Mm-hmm.
zone shrinks, everyone will be forced out to actually expose themselves, and it will be difficult since they have to be considered of both left and right, back and front. And it's just so hard for MSX.
That's right. But CMF, again, amidst all these odds, they were able to come out on top with, again, fairly good well grinded points, if I can say so. Red with Power has 4 eliminations, Elite TZ has 3, Auto Aim with 1, and again II he was the first one to go, but definitely not discounting him off of the team. So congratulations to CMF. I loved what I saw. It really went the distance. I for one thought that we were actually going to have an abrupt and an awkward end
Mm,
to game number 6 because of how oddly the tempo was. We had teams
right.
who went quick. We had teams who hung in there for dear life, just like Limit Over. But at the end of it all, it boiled down to survival, and that's really what PUBG is all about. Now here we go, Master Smile, with no question. I think Red. I think he absolutely deserves his MVP.
Yes, go. All right. IHC demo up against the G Master Smile for the head to head. 783 total damage dealt on the side of Master Smile of Genesis Esports. Now, they both have the same total elimination points, but the average survival time, again, this goes to IHC demo since, I mean, we only have like 7.73 right here on the side of Master Smile.
Mm.
So I guess pretty much, Genesis Esports Smile over here is not afraid to actually push at any given situation. So, oh man, there you go. Elimination and damage, Pika.
So against CMF, they played their cards right here. Right? Like if you ever saw them, they were hardly at any trouble at all. If I can be very honest, like they were, yes, they had some knockdowns, but the fact that they survived that long with absolute patience against teams who were actually way ahead of them in terms of positioning, who had really good amount
Mm-hmm.
of resources. And look at where IHC is, right? Imagine the damage they dealt compared to CMF. It's a huge difference. They even had more kills,
Right.
right? If you think about it. But it
Yes.
it went down to the wire when it came to game sense. And that's what I like. That's really what I like to see. Now, uh again, it's such a weird tempo that we have once again, Red. So if you ask me, I think there was really no clear cut winner up until like maybe top
Mm-hmm.
two for this particular game.
Right. And even with like Genesis, D2K, and even Ruthless
Yeah,
Aggressive
yeah, yeah.
Warriors, you know what? They didn't get the final chicken, for day number
Mhm.
5, but it's okay because they've managed to put up a huge number of kill points so far. So I think it doesn't really matter. And I think, with the accumulated number of points that they have so far gathered from, game 1 to game number 6 to 9, I think that's really going to help them a lot with the overall standing. And again, Esports County, they haven't set out the official scores just yet. So, I mean, we're just going to we're going to be
Mhm.
keeping, our eyes open, for the teams that
Yeah.
actually performed well. But we did mention all of the teams that we expected to will make a comeback. We teams that we've expected that will dominate, and teams that kind of just like fading out to glory. So I hope that you guys tuned in from game 1 to game number 6, because it has been like a roller coaster of emotion so far.
Yeah. This day was really interesting, right? There were some teams that I really look forward to seeing a bit more. Again, not to say that they didn't do their best, but it's just really hard to overshadow what some of these teams did today. Ruthless Aggressive Warriors with whopping points off of one single game, and of course Agon, who really showed us why they are another formidable team here. And under no circumstance do we consider them an underdog, because no one here in this entire league is considerably an
True.
underdog. So good stuff. So good stuff right
Yes.
there from these teams. And with CMF as well, I think that they were very calculated during that last game. They were very tactical, and I tip my hat to CMF, all things considered. And this is not the end, right? So let's invite the
Yes.
rest of the viewers, of course, to continue watching us for the last few days of the PMCS Grand Finals, brought to you by Esports County and in association with A1 Gaming Esports.
Yes, sir. And I believe, Pika, you know what, for the side of CMF, yes, you're right. They play their cards right, and they have been patient. I think they really waited for Limit Over and MSX to find each other and battle first, and they're just kind of like waiting there to pick up those the points that was, you know,
Mm,
whichever team is gonna actually come up on top from that altercation and thus
mm,
winning the winner in chicken dinner. And again, guys, you know what? Everyone has been, very good with their overall performance. Everyone gave out their best, but of course, you know what? The zones will not be as favorable all the time, and there were a lot of let's say upsets again in the battlefield. I mean, we're still expecting, of course, those big names to maybe come up with a more effective plan on how they can improve their overall statistics, but then again, you just have to really wait and follow A1 Gaming Esports in all of their social media handles. I think they have a Twitter account, they have a Facebook account, they have an Instagram account. So if you don't want to miss on the action, if you want to stay updated with everything that is happening inside the PUBG mobile community stars, well, it's very easy. All you need to do is just follow them on their social media pages. And also, please don't forget to show us some love as well. You can easily find us both on Facebook. The name is just right there down below, right? Red Queen Gaming and Pika Lozano. Okay, just type it in the search box and well, our gaming pages will immediately pop up. Okay. So again, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. This is day number 5, wrapping up. Again, Red Queen and Pika Lozano saying goodbye and good night.
Nah, fuck that shit.